Who is greater than you? Nobody's greater. Who is greater than you? Nobody's greater.
You are the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I used to be a loser, but you taught me how to win. You are the Holy One, the Oliphant. You are the tall. With you, I know there is no problem I can't solve. You are majestic, wonderful, and you are the true King, the creator of all things, what is seen and unseen. You are perfect and the essence of all that is true. You are righteous in your ways. All praise belongs to you, full of kindness and mercy and embodiment of love. That's how I know all good things come from above. You gave the Mashiach so we can have eternal life. Sent the Ruach so we can have perfect sight. Even though you cut us off in the fullness of time, you showed us mercy and grafted us back into the vine. That's why I give you honor until I take my last breath. Praise Yah, gonna worship you until the day of my death.
Who is greater than you? Nobody's greater. Who is greater than you? Nobody's greater.
Yahuwah is greater than all Elohim you try to name. Now that I know Yah, no other God will I claim. When I was rebelling and living in hell, Yahuwah remembered me, showed me compassion, and tried to deliver me, constantly running, but I was too blind to see. No matter where I go, Yahuwah was there, always in front of me, being prepared, teaching me lessons and breaking me down to build me back up so I never drown. It's time to repent and let go of shame. Yahuwah is waiting, so call on his name. No one is greater than our Elohim, so drop all them phonies and rep for his team. Nobody greater. There's nobody greater. Nobody greater. Nobody greater.
Who is greater than you? Nobody's greater. Who is greater than you? Nobody's greater.
All right. Yahweh Ba'Shem, Yahweh Shabaraka. Da! Kwam Yashala. Welcome to the Lion's Den. We've been on like 11-day break. We back. We reloaded, man. We got so much information to discuss, man. But today we're gonna start off with Elder Yarah. Elder Yarah went over there on Sunday at the TV and just beat the brakes off Jabari, man. So he gonna go ahead and demonstrate some of the lashes that he put out on that man. Show some of his pseudo scholarship. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the den, man. We got a whole panel of heavy hitters on here. So before we get started, man, we're gonna go ahead and let everybody introduce themselves, starting with the queen of the den, Sister Karima. Go ahead, Queen.
Yep, I'm behind the scenes. How y'all doing tonight? I'm here for the information as always.
Oh, for sure. All right. And we got a visitor on the panel, the brother Aboriginal Hebrew. He's a kind of controversial guy in the community. You can catch him on Garfield and SVDL and other platforms of that nature. Go ahead, brother. Introduce yourself, man, to the panel. Tell everybody where they can find you.
My bad, bro, Judah. Peace and shalom.
That's tripping. That's tripping, man. My fault.
Yeah.
I thought you was somebody else. My fault, man.
Yeah, I don't know why you thought it was some newcomer.
Yeah. I forget you call yourself Aboriginal Hebrew. All right.
Yeah,
Go ahead. I'm gonna get your introduction, man. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead, family.
No, I ain't got much to say. Never, Judah. Man, shalom
Okay.
to the shalom to the chat, and y'all can find me in line then.
There you go. There you go. And we got one of the heavy hitters on the panel, Yasha Ben Israel, one of the champions of the Lions Den, man. That brother is full of information and he ain't nobody to be messing around with. Go ahead, Aki.
What's up, everybody? Shalom to the family. Shalom to the whole house of Israel. Shalom to all my African American brothers and sisters. Whatever persuasion and religion or way of life that you have embarked upon. I'm just glad to be here. I'm here with the brother Yarah, and we're going to have this discussion on tonight.
Yeah.
And we're looking forward to some good information and some good exposing.
All right.
So put up your seatbelts, put on your safety helmet, because this is going to be a crash course tonight, I believe.
All right. And we got one of the brothers, one of the original Lions Den member that came back home. He been on the road in his 18 wheeler, but he's back. Dewan African Night, man. How you been, brother? Go ahead and let everybody
Oh,
know
my
what it is.
bad, y'all. I'm trying to get my earpiece to connect. I can hear y'all very low, but hey,
Okay.
peace and love and blessings, shalom. I say whatever, I'm just tuning in. I don't know what's going on, but
Yeah.
is this a debate or something?
Nah, man, it's just a recap of an ass whooping that Elder Yara put on Jabari, man. You know, sometimes
Oh
you
shoot!
gotta
All
remind
right
people
now.
that
Well,
you
look, these are all intelligent brothers.
yeah,
They come with a lot of information. So I'm here to hear. But y'all know I'm from Louisiana.
yeah.
Still just eating my crawfish and gumbo and just
I seen you had a big pot on the Facebook the other day. You
oh
know,
yeah,
if you can make
definitely.
some all beef gumbo, I might can mess with you, man. You got the shrimps and all that in now. But anyway, welcome back home, family. And this brother is a top researcher, man. He got all kind of books. I want to say shalom to Daniel R. Lewis and my brother Jason Sosa. Sosa, we talking about some comedic stuff, so you might want to jump on, man. All right, and we got one of the heavy hitters, man. He like an enforcer, brother Jonathan Taylor. You can see him on FOPE. He hang out in the den. But this brother right here, man, when it comes to the information, he gonna be on your neck. Go ahead, JT.
Yeah, JT in the building from New York City. One of the original members of the original ISUPK. Now I see I've been in this knowledge for more than about 30 years, but I'm here to expose all the devious, devilish plans of these niggas
Right,
because I know them personally. I ain't down with none of their program. I don't give a damn about the 12 tribes card because I know it's false.
right.
It's fake. Faker than an $8 bill, my brother,
Bigger
because
than a
there ain't
three
no
dollar
such
bill, man.
or $8 bill. There
Damn,
ain't
an
no
eight
such
dollar
thing.
bill. Right,
Word up, man. I'm going high on the level, man. But I'm
right.
saying here, man, it's good to be here, man, and I'm gonna come back and forth, man.
Okay.
Do what I gotta do.
Right, right,
That's it.
right. Right. Peace and blessings, family. Shout out to Born Enemy in the audience. I see you, Aki. Thanks for supporting. Like and share and subscribe. And then we got my brother. We got one comedic on the panel, y'all. He a new brother. Cephas Black, bro. And he's a little. I would call him what you call that? Unorthodox. You know, he's a little different than the Jabari type. So go ahead, Cephas. Introduce yourself, family. Cephas Black, you there? Okay, he might be stepped away. We'll let him introduce himself when he come back. And the man of the hour, the comedic killer, Elder Yara in the building, bro. Hey, we so proud of you over here, man. You been whooping Jabari ass the last couple of times, man. When you gonna let up? Go ahead, Ark.
Hey, first of all, man, giving all praises to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, man, to our ancestors, man, our forefathers that came before us, to our Mashiach, man, that showed us and paved the way and how we should live this life and walk circumspectly. Man, and shout out, man, to the Lions Den. Shout out to the Queen of the Lions Den. Peace to you, sis. Shout out to JJ 7000, man, for keeping it going, man, bringing the people the information, man, keeping it righteous, upholding, man, the standard, man, for Israel, man. So again, man, and to all these brothers on the panel, man, I've as some except for my new comedic brother, Cephas Black up there. I've had some conversations with Brother Derek on Facebook years ago. I remember his face. So I know this brother's been in it, been doing the work.
for a long time. Trent is brother. Hey, that's my brother as well. Aboriginal Hebrew. Jonathan Taylor. Hey, I love to hear your information, fam. So definitely would love to chop it up with you, man, because I got
No
some
doubt.
stories for some of them
No
guys
doubt. No doubt.
over there on ISUPK. So definitely love to see you and chop it up with you, fam. And to my good brother, man, Yasha Ben Israel, man, one of the most profound brothers in the truth, man, and in his knowledge and in his way, man. Definitely approaching his way, man, to be one of the gems in the community, man. We gotta learn to respect our scholars,
Right.
right, and who we say are scholars in our community. So again, that brother's putting in the work, has the pedigree. Um, Definitely up there with one of my mentors as well, Dr. Runoko Rashidi. Peace be upon him. And man, so listen, man, look, I'm not gonna answer your question. I'm not gonna let up, bro.
Right.
Not
Stay
gonna
on
let
his
up.
neck.
Not
Yeah.
not any letting up.
Right.
And let me say this, man, about the debates, right? And because they're turned into debates or or discussions, right? One thing we need to know um, in Israel and as a nation is that um, we do have a history, we have a knowledge, we have a tradition, albeit an oral tradition um, and a written one. And we can't let these people tell us that it didn't exist, that we have no connection to the Torah, that we have no connection to the land, that we have no connection to the history, to the archaeology, to the geography, to the anthropology, to all of the science that goes in that supports what the scripture has already told us, right? And that the Most High God of Israel is our God, right?
Mm.
And
Rock,
so,
can I say something when you're done? I
yeah,
gotta.
sure,
Okay, no
go
doubt.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna, yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna say something quick, man. What you're doing is great work to the comedic message to the comedic community. We're gonna ask you a question here. Who does this world fear? Do they fear this information that we, the people of the book,
Mm,
or do they fear you talking about Kemet? Kemet is not a threat to this world. Let's be real with that. All right, it's not a threat. That's why
turn,
they don't. That's why they not on y'all ass.
turn.
They on our ass because they know we telling the truth. That's what scared them. All right, check this out, man. Kemet was and will never be. Kemet ain't gonna never rise again. Let's get that 100% clear. But we in this book and the understanding of this book and the heritage of this book, we coming back. That's a guarantee. And who
Turn.
fear this know that. So y'all gonna get lost in the sauce, bro, if y'all don't wake up to this real deal, the real deal, which is the real truth. It's the time is clicking, this kingdom is ticking. You got a short time to get the message. You gonna be left behind if y'all keep on believing and teaching what you teach. Go ahead, my bro.
Appreciate your words, Elder. I agree with you. That's exactly right. That's the message we need to put out in Israel. We don't need to let up. We need to go harder. I need to go harder. You know what I'm saying? That's why I have respect for JJ 7000. Everybody don't get it, but I get. You know what I'm saying? I get family because when you go hard, when you go hard for the truth, you as many times you gonna have. There's gonna be many times you're gonna have to break through a wall. And people are like, why you gotta go through that wall? I go hard because I see one end, right? The Most High has already told us what the end is gonna be. He knows the ending before the beginning. So I'm not worried about whether or not we gonna win or lose. We already won. The Most High has already promised that, told us that. But along the way, he ain't tell us we can't have no fun smashing these clowns. And so that's what we really need to make it. We can have theological discussions. We can have You know, we can go in, you know, Greek hermeneutics with the Christians. We can talk about, you know, all these different things, man. We can go into science and go into the book, but at the end of the day, we already know what it is. And Israel needs to know that. I don't care if they bang year in and year out. Tell us we crazy. We don't know what we talking about. How we is, how we that. Man, get them. Don't let up.
Check this out. Can I say something, man?
Absolutely,
It's cool.
Absolutely.
Yo, bro, check this out, man. We living in the last days. See, the committed community don't deal with prophecy. That's why you niggas don't know nothing. You know what I mean? Prophecy, man. We dealing with prophecy, man. We can go in the book and prove the end is coming. The book of the dead. That's what y'all believe in, right? Why would you read a book called the Book of the Dead? There ain't no real information in there, bro.
Ain't no information in an obituary. That's all they are.
And check this out. Hold up, man. Christ said the dead will rise. And that's been said in the scriptures, man. What's been said in the Book of the Dead, man? Come on, man. How can y'all prove to me that Egypt in the state that it's in right now, you got some damn heathens over there, ain't the real Egyptians? Ottoman Turks they pushed them people in there in 1948, just like they did in Israel, the same goddamn thing. Come on. All right. If the world give up Egypt and admit that Egypt was black, then the world gonna have to give up and say Israel is black too. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, dude.
Yeah. Again, elder with the wisdom, and that's exactly right. And so this is why it's important. People they want to know why it's important that we keep debating with them these Exodus stories. Or we got people in Israel say, why are you debating these heathens? Or why y'all keep debating? They not believers. Y'all, I want to say something. Y'all got to understand this. The reason why it's important to have these exchanges, listen very closely, Israel. The reason why it's important to have these exchanges and these debates is because there's always somebody new listening, and they're trying to make a decision which way they should go. What happens to you, Israel, knowing the truth, but keep your mouth shut and letting these heathens tell you this and tell people that and tell people this and tell people that and leading folks astray? Israel, when you don't open your mouth, when you don't cry loud and cry loud and spare not and lift up your voice like a trumpet in Zion, you know what happens when you don't do that? You have blood on your hands with the Most High. You have blood on your hands. So that's the reason why I debate. I don't debate for the 99. I debate for the one. Just the one. And all praises to the Most High is always somebody that comes back and say, you know, Elder Yarah, there was something I was thinking about. There was something I didn't understand. I appreciate that. I just go just the one. If I got some little bit of something that strengthen your faith and keep you holding to this truth, then that's, for me, that's the win. That's the win.
You done your job.
Okay. And so that's why keep having these debates. That's why we need the lion's den. People don't understand that. That's why you need the lion's den. They ain't just up here giving their time because they want to be seen. They could be talking about anything. Ain't nobody saying, y'all ain't sending millions of dollars to the platform. You don't do this day in and day out like JJ 7000 do, and you don't love the Most High. I don't care what nobody say. Ain't none of us perfect, especially me. But you don't do this work if you don't love the Most High. That's what people need to realize. It don't work that way. So when we get cats like Jabari, who come on and misrepresent the truth, that's how I'm gonna use it. I'm not gonna call him a liar, but I'm just gonna say when you misrepresent the truth, you understand what I'm saying? We have to attack these things because they want to tell us these things didn't exist. And if you go back and listen to this discussion, that's what we're gonna tell you. I don't believe none of it happened. None of it happened. None of it happened. But then when we start showing them evidence, oh, you trying to put words in my mouth. What?
And you, rah. Quick point. Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
I like to do everything in order, man, decently in order. My message to these cats is, now we know we all come from slavery, right? Our ancestors were slaves. Come
Sure.
here. Message to the Kemetic community. Now, we say we black people, right? What black people are we? Many
Mm-hmm.
different dark nations. Which the people that came to America, Kemetic community, what nation of people were they when they came here, when they was on the slave ship? Because the records show in the United States Congress, Senate, that we were the people of the Bible. They got this in the Congress and the Senate and the Hall of Records in DC. They know who we are. And they know that our 400-year punishment by the Father is coming to an end. Now, when they come to us, man, they look at us as Israelites. The first thing that come out their mouth is them wild niggas off the street. All right? But we ain't all associated with that. Either we gonna wake up to what's real and live, or death gonna be knocking on your door. Y'all got a choice, man. Because the more y'all lay out this information that's lies to our people, the more the Lord gonna say checkmate on your ass real soon. Go ahead, bro.
Right. And get it now. I don't understand how do Jabari sit there and campaign and say your God is a killer, your God is killing the babies. How can your God do this? And then when you point something out like Elder Yarah say, then he said, "Well, I really don't even believe in this. This book is just made up. So why waste all that time and energy trying to prove something that you don't even believe is real?"
Yeah,
Go ahead, man.
he does crazy stuff like that. You know, when when asked about the decree of the Pharaoh and the Pharaoh killing the firstborn of Egypt, you know, he'll create a distraction, a red herring distraction, and to distract from the question and
Right.
come up with the answer and say, well, I don't take uh, the biblical narratives to be historical accounts, you
Mm.
know. But if you don't take the biblical narratives to be historical accounts, then why is it that you adamantly speak about the
Right.
Israelites and their God killing Egyptian people? You know, why do you do that? Because that's not logical, bro. If the book is not real, if the stories are not historical at all, okay, then it never happened. And if it never happened, the children of Israel didn't kill your babies, bro. The Israelite God didn't kill your baby because you said it didn't happen. Now you can't have your cake and eat it too, and one part of the story happened and the other part of the story didn't happen. Okay, that's ridiculous. Now, if it didn't happen, there's no reason that you are to run around here in this world preaching that stuff as if it happened. That's crazy. When you read a Marvel comic, by no means do you expect to see Batman, Robin, you know,
That's DC, my brother. Sorry.
yeah, Superman. You know what I'm saying? You don't, yeah, the DC comics or any of the comics. You don't expect to see none of these people. You don't preach these stories in those books as if those magazines as if though they really happened. That you see it as fictional, and once you close the book, you done with it. You understand? Jabari is not doing that, and what he is doing goes against logic. That is not logical. You understand what I'm saying? It's not logical at all.
Okay. Hey, JT, I think they're calling you on the other channel, FOPE, waiting for you. I don't know if you supposed to be speaking over there, family, but yeah, the messages they just sent the message. But yeah, man, Andrew, I don't know. Andrew Ford had a question. He said, "Well, what Pharaoh are we talking about?" like what pharaoh. So I don't know who he addressed that question to, but if anybody know who he talking about, y'all can go ahead and answer it for him. Cephas Black, you got anything to say? We got Mudawa Mugabe in the building. Introduce yourself real quick, Mudawa, and we can continue with the show. All right?
Hey, what's going on, beloveds? How's everybody doing? Hopefully, my voice reaches everyone in good spirits, good health, good mind, good body, and good economic power. Uh, I just want to chime in on something that brother,
Yarah.
not Yara, not Yara,
Oh,
brother
JT.
Terry. Yeah,
Oh,
brother
okay.
Terry. Brother Terry said something. He was speaking about how when Jabari says that the narrative is fiction.
Uh huh.
And if the narrative is fiction, why is he speaking adamantly about the narrative as such? He's saying that he makes him seem a bit hypocritical. Now, what I want Brother Terry and all of the other listeners to understand that for those of us that don't believe the narrative, for those of us that understand that the narrative is fictional, we don't have a problem with with it being fiction. We have a problem with you guys thinking that it's real, but many of you not understanding the connotation of the narrative, what the narrative is implying. Then
Hmm.
if the narrative, if for you guys, you think the narrative is real, if the
Hmm.
narrative is saying that the most high did this heinous thing to these people, you guys are agreeing with it. We're saying, who are these people that your most high did these things to? And it's one of those things to get you to examine, to give a critical critique of your literature and say, wait a minute, what's going on here? Is this thing really talking about, is this, if this thing is real to me, who are they talking about within this text? It's not hypocritical on the part of brothers like Jabari, brothers like myself, and brothers and sisters that don't follow the narrative. It's just getting you to give a critical critique of your narrative. That's all, family. And I land the plane with that.
Okay. All right. Anybody want Cephas Black or Yara? Y'all want to respond to Mudawa, or we just keep the show going? Somebody say you crazy if you think Brother Jabari got beat. That's Cornelius Mackey. We got a Jabari out in the building. Represent Cornelius. I ain't mad at you, man. Everybody got the ones who they think won, who they think lost. I can't get mad if you think Jabari won. You know.
There goes the
Exactly.
link. You can state your opinion.
Yeah, the link is in the chat. But Elder Yara, did you want to show the video or recap some certain parts, or what you want to do? Did you have anything set up, or we just building? Okay.
I got a little charge I'm trying to put on this computer. I got something that I would like to show.
All right, go ahead, brother.
But
Uh, I
charge
need
a
to
little.
I need to step away from for like 2 minutes real quick and go check on something. So if it's some dead air, please somebody say something. All right, but go ahead, y'all. And Mudawai, so you got some comedic information you might want to bring to the table, or you just kind of sitting back?
Well,
I mean, if I can bring something to the table that can further along the dialogue, I'll chime in, brother. I don't
Hey,
mind.
did you see Dewan African Night? He back, man. Wasn't y'all
Yeah,
supposed to
that's
have a debate?
who, me and Dewan.
Yeah, wasn't that
No,
him?
no, no,
Oh,
that wasn't
okay,
me and Dewan. Me and Dewan is cool. Me and Dewan cool.
okay,
I
okay.
believe the brother Cephas want to
Oh, go ahead,
chime
Cephas. I'm sorry.
in.
yeah, I was saying so about brother Jabari. He want to say that the Bible is fake and not acknowledged the same as the stories with Kemet. Because I'm a Kemetic brother too,
Thanks,
and
Cornelius.
and I'm just saying that we also have to acknowledge that even the Rosetta Stone, which was deciphered by the white man, have the same mythology in it too. So we
Uh-oh.
can't just bash just one group of people and not bash yourself for believing fairy tales also.
So
Oh shit.
we gotta get that in line in order too, because they not telling the whole truth. They leaving that part out, and they're trying to put the spotlight on our other brothers.
All right. Baltimore in the building. Can y'all tell what that accent? He
Yeah, that's
talking like
Baltimore.
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
got like
All they
Uncle
got to do is ask him to say the word "do."
cute dude. Yep. He got that accent, boy.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Baltimore in the
Be
building.
more in the building.
Yeah,
Got it. What's her name? Dr. Marad.
yeah,
Uh,
Yeah.
that
I don't
view.
really know if Apostle got it. Now he from there, but he don't really talk like that, do
Mm-mm.
Not really. I can't really tell with him that much.
he? Yeah. But Yashi, well, go ahead and share what you got, man, and you need Kareem to share the screen for you. Let us know, man. Let's kick it off.
Yeah, I can't I can't get in. I can't get in.
You can't get it going.
Yeah, I can't
Right.
get it going yet. When I get it going, I you know.
But
Yeah.
the silverback off of what brother the Kemetic brother, what's his name again? Josephus.
Cephas Black.
Cephas
Cephas
Black.
Black. All right, how you doing, Cephas Black? I'm they call me Colonel Mugabe, and yeah. But anyway, I said that to say, when you the comment you made, most people that are in the Kemetic paradigm, most people don't take the stories as being factual. Most people that's in the Kemetic paradigm understand that it's mythos. Most, and I'm not saying that there's not the rogue renegade person that don't think it's a black woman with wings growing out of her back, that's weighing niggas' hearts and shit like that. I'm pretty sure we can find some people that think like that, but the overwhelming majority of Kemetic practitioners are people that adhere to some form of Kemetic spirituality or Kemetic science, or however you want to phrase it. Most of us don't look at it from a literal perspective. They look at it from a principle perspective. What is the principle that's trying to be conveyed? What's the story that's trying to be conveyed? We know that it's mythos.
Give us an example.
Okay, the Mayat, like I just gave you, Tahuti. We know that Tahuti is supposed to be the deity of writing and the deity of certain things. We don't think that there's a man walking around with a bird head scribing some
No,
things
I
in
asked you
stone.
for. You said principle. I asked you for a principle. Give me an
When
example of a principle that it teaches. What principles?
when we say the principles of Mayat would be the principles that it teaches.
What principle?
When we say, okay, give you an example.
Hmm.
One of the 42s it says explicitly, I have not polluted the water. That's bomb. That's environmentalism at its finest. Just to say I have
Well,
not put. Let me.
That's not actually speaking about environmental terrorism.
But
It's
what I'm
not
saying,
speaking about that. Do you know what it
yeah.
really means? No, I'm gonna ask you this really quickly. Do
Go
you
ahead,
know what
brother.
it means when they says I have not polluted the water? Do you know what they were referring to?
Yes, I do.
What was that?
I have not polluted the water.
What
It
were they
means I have,
referring to?
listen, I have not shitted in the water. I have not thrown dead carcasses in the water. I have not polluted the water. That
Okay,
exactly
so
what that means.
then what would you say? Would you say a pharaoh ejaculating in the water is polluting the water?
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Hold on one second.
No,
Hold
I'm
on.
asking you a direct question.
Hold on one second, bro. Hold on one second. We're talking about the actual 42.
Yeah, I'm talking about the
The
actual
let me
42.
finish. Can I finish, please, brother? I don't want to. I'm
No, what
all
I
out of
want you to
gas
do,
with. I'm
Mugabe,
all out of gas
hold
with
on,
arguing with
Mugabe,
niggas.
before you continue. The only
Yes, sir.
thing that I require of you
Hmm.
is a answer to my
Okay.
question.
Now your question will get answered after I finish saying what I'm saying, and then I will answer your
But that's not
question.
how you
I'm
answer
not.
a
Hold on.
question.
I'm
And
not
that's
going to
the
stop. Excuse
problem.
me, brother. Excuse me,
Hold on,
brother.
that's
I'm
the
not going to
problem with
stop.
you
I'm
guys.
not going to
That's
stop
the problem
saying
with
what
you
I was
guys.
saying.
We don't
I'm
need
not
your
going to stop.
politics. If
saying
I
what I
ask
was
you a
saying.
question, let me
Excuse
give you
me,
the
brother.
proper way of how you
Hold
conduct
on, brother.
yourself in the conversation.
Hold on, brother.
If
Hold on,
someone
brother. You
asks
don't get
you a
to tell me what's
question,
the proper way.
you first answer the
Conduct yourself
question.
with a little decorum.
Yes or no? No, I'm giving you the decorum because
Your
you don't
question
have any
gets answered.
decorum.
Excuse me, brother.
You don't have any decorum because the decorum,
Excuse me, brother.
because the decorum that should be
Excuse me,
given
brother.
is that you should first answer
Excuse
the
me, brother.
question
Excuse me,
and then
brother.
you go into
Excuse me,
your
brother.
read.
You don't answer questions until you're finished with your thought. And then you say, does anyone have questions?
To the
If a
direct
person is in
question.
the, excuse me, brother.
You start
If
with
a
a yes
person,
or a no.
excuse me,
That's
brother.
the failure of
Excuse
decorum.
me, brother. Excuse me. If a person is in the middle of their thought, some random nobody or anybody can't just come in and start asking questions to
Well,
detour the
absolutely they can.
conversation.
Absolutely they
No,
can. It's
they
called
cannot.
in a court of
No, they
jurisprudence. It's called an
cannot.
objection.
No,
See, this
they
is where you guys are
cannot.
ignorant. This is
No.
where you guys are ignorant of the law, right? As much as you claim you keep my eye, right? In a court of law, it's called an objection.
Okay, now watch this.
What is an hold on? What is an objection?
This what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give you a full.
You're not gonna give me
I'm gonna give
anything.
you
Just
a
give me an
full
answer.
180 seconds to rant,
I
rave,
just want.
say
I'm not
whatever you want to
ranting. I
say,
want you to
and
give me an
then
answer.
and after you're
Is
done,
it a form of
after your
polluting
180
if you
seconds,
have records of your Nasut
then I'm gonna get 180
ejaculating
seconds.
in the
Go.
Nile River? That's the question.
Your 180 seconds starts now. Go.
I just gave you an ask. I just asked you a question. And see, this is what I mean. Even the little symbol you got for your avatar, you have no understanding about that. That's a serpentine symbol. Like you have no understanding even what you're talking about yourself. So when I asked you, is it polluting the water when you have a Nasut or a king ejaculating in the Nile River? Would you wash yourself in that? Is that what you're saying? Would you feel free to drink from that? Is that what you're saying? That's what I'm asking you. And I guarantee you, people, you won't get an answer to that because that's recorded in Kemetic history. That's in their annals. That's what they claim, and that's what they said they did. It's written in stone. And I guarantee you, family, if you're listening, he's never going to answer that question. He's never going to answer it. And this is what they do all the time. Run their mouth, but they won't tell the truth about what it is their text actually says. Their coffin text, ulterior text, any of that. They will not give you a straight answer. So I'm going to give you 260 seconds to give us an answer about your principle of Ma'at that says, I have not polluted the water. Now you may speak.
You've got 75 seconds. Finish
I
getting it
just
off
gave
your
the floor
chest.
to you, son. You don't need all the time you need.
My dad's not on this call. Don't ever call me
You're
son
going to need
again.
all the time you need.
Now, you still have 1 minute, boy.
Hey, listen, don't go down. Just answer the question.
Come on now, Mugabe. Come on. Let's. You got people watching.
Yeah,
okay, he just finished. Now go ahead.
All right. Now, back to what I was saying. Most of the people who are adherents to Kemetic science or the Kemetic ideology don't take the mythos as being literal. They don't. The overwhelming majority don't.
All right.
As opposed to,
Rabbi.
excuse me, can someone please cut that off? Thank you. As opposed to most of the Abrahamic faith adherents, they take the narrative as being literal, no matter how foolish or mythological the story is. They take the narrative as being literal. That's the huge difference. That's the whole fact versus faith argument. If you're dealing with factual information says, okay, I'm looking at this story. Is this story real? Are these events probable? Are these events possible? No, they aren't. So they're probably mythos. Now, the Abrahamic faith mind, because you have an Abrahamic faith mind, you can't do that. And until you develop a mind state where you can discern fact from fiction, till you can discern fact from fiction, you're going to have a hard time having a conversation with people that can. It's really that simple. You're running around calling yourself, okay, listen, Israel, I want to talk to you for a minute. That's the corniest shit in the world. It's corny, bro. You're not talking to Israel. You're talking to West and Central African people, man. Stop playing with people's
Are you going
minds.
to answer the question or not?
The question
Are you
doesn't.
capable of answering the question?
Pardon me, brother. I didn't interject not one time.
But are you capable of answering the question?
I didn't
Let him
interject.
go. Let him go, y'all.
I didn't
Like
interject.
I don't have time. My time is valuable. I don't have time to waste it with clowns.
It can't be too valuable.
Because if you're trying to have a dialogue,
it can't be too valuable.
We're talking about, you made a statement that you were going to give us a principle of Mayat.
I wasn't done speaking, son. Fall
Talk
back.
about the principles. You're not talking about the principles,
speaking, son. I wasn't.
Are we talking about the principles of Mayat or not?
My level of decorum lets you speak for 3
Are you
minutes.
talking about the principles of Mayat?
Same level of decorum, son.
Mugabe, okay. Yarah, just let him finish.
He got to be finished already. I don't have 30 minutes for him not to answer a question.
Hey, Mugabe,
I'm not giving him 30 minutes not to answer a question.
No, he was respectful and let you talk regardless of what you said. So just
I get that, but I don't have time to listen to 30 minutes of
If you don't have time, hang up the
That's
phone
not a conversation.
and go back to
It's not
reading your Bible.
philosophical, and it's not intellectual.
All right,
If you don't have the time, hang up the phone and go back to reading your Bible.
I'll do that. I always do that. You still ain't answering the question though.
Just let Mugabe go, and then you can tell him where he didn't answer the question at. And then if you feel like he's not going to answer questions and you don't want to talk to him, direct your conversation to somebody else, okay?
Yeah, he's not going to answer the question. He's a moron.
All
He's not going to answer the question.
Hey, hold up,
He
y'all.
can't answer it.
Yeah, let's keep it orderly, y'all. I mean,
Yeah, he ain't going to answer the question.
So
man.
what was it? I stepped out. Mudawar, did you understand his question? Okay. We got Commission in the building, the Lions Den champion. I let him get a quick couple of words and go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, what's going on, bro? Y'all all right?
I was well.
Beautiful.
Yes, sir.
Shalom.
Yeah. Good job, brother Yarah. You know, for the measure you set out a few days ago on the Sarnetta show. You did a grand job, grand man.
Hey,
Yeah, I would like to ask a question, you know, pose a question to the brother Mudawar. And it's a simple question. You know, Mudawar, you exist right now, and we know you exist. Everybody on the panel know we all exist. But let's just say you die, we all die, and 100 years later, somebody said, just say you became a great individual. Maybe they start following your little school of thought that you followed, right? And it become one that everybody follow, and then it gets so well beyond 100 years, people ask the question and say, you know, what's going on with this particular individual by the name of Mudawar? Man, that individual didn't exist. You know, he didn't exist. You know, if somebody said that regarding you, knowing that you exist now 100 years later, right? Because they can't prove that you are physically here in some type of way, what do you think the outcome would be in regards to dealing with your doctrine? You know, and would it be fair for somebody to say that you didn't exist and we know that you exist?
Well, that's a decent question, brother. A matter of fact, how you doing, brother Kamisha? Let me start off by giving you proper greetings. How you doing, family?
I'm doing all right, brother.
Yes,
All is
sir.
well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Truly well. All is truly well. I said to go into what you were saying. In the event that 100 years pass, 1,000 years pass, and I had some type of movement, and my movement, my there was no evidence of my movement existing. There was no evidence of me existing, and people said that my legend was true, but there was no evidence to support my existence. I'm gonna have to chalk that up, brother, because there's too many charlatans and fakes out there that make up existences of things and events to where we can't say, okay, we don't have any evidence of this one, so but this one is true. We don't have any evidence of that one, but that one's not true. To give you an example, I've been studying the ancient Spartans of Greece, the Greeks, and during my studies of the ancient Spartans and the Spartans of Greeks, I come to find out that the whole story of the Trojan horse, the Trojan horse story, that whole story is a fabrication. It's mythology. There's literally no evidence to support that story. And this is something that we've been, since we were children, we were taught that this whole Trojan horse thing, when the horse pulls up to the fort and the soldiers jump out and get off on these people, but this whole thing is a lie. And there's a lot of historical things that aren't necessarily true. And sometimes, and I'm landing a plane. Sometimes that also includes religion. Just because the religion is popular during a particular time doesn't mean it's true, doesn't mean it's factual, doesn't mean the events are factual. Case in point, back to the Greeks that believed in Zeus, believed in Hermes, believed in all of the other pantheon of Greek gods that none of us, no one on the face of the earth, or excuse me, most of us on the face of the earth wouldn't give any credence to the Greek gods. But there was a time when people actually believed that they were true. And there's only a matter of time when the same thing happened to the so-called uh, 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 the people of the book, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It's going to come a time when people look back and say, "Hey, man, we know that that's not true no more. Our ancestors believed in that stuff, but we know better than that now, and we moving forward." And I land the plane.
Okay,
All
Mudawa, I let
right.
you go for 2 minutes and I didn't stop you, right? But
Thank you, good brother.
you still didn't answer my question, brother. I said if somebody
Exactly.
establish a movement saying you didn't exist, and we know you exist right now, I'm asking you, would that be truth or falsehood?
I
For
am
them people
saying
that come along saying, listen, for them to come along saying you a lie, Mudawa didn't exist. He was a myth, bro. They made him up. And we know you exist now, but 100 years later, somebody come and say that, bro. Behind you,
if I'm gonna
would
say
that
what
be would that be true?
I'm gonna say what I said the first time. Maybe you didn't hear me. If there is no tangible evidence of my existence, no tangible evidence of my existence, the people 100 years from now, 200 years from now, should not just believe that I existed
We
because
didn't ask that should they believe
can,
if you existed, Mudawa. I'm
can,
asking if they
you
say
can
you listen to me. I'm asking if they say
you're
you
asking me a
didn't
question, and
exist.
I'm answering your question. You might not like the
Yeah,
answer.
he
No, you
answered the best
saying
way he could, Felicia.
I'm literally answering your question, family. You
Yeah,
might not
okay,
like the
okay,
answer.
okay,
yeah, he
okay,
answered the
okay.
best
It
way he
ain't that I
could.
don't like your answer, Mudawa. All I'm saying is what it is. You saying if they believe. I'm saying with us knowing that you existed and them saying that you don't exist 100 years later, I said, would they be right? No,
And
they wouldn't be right in saying that. You see what I'm
and
saying? We're not talking about belief. They would be wrong by saying that you didn't exist 100 years from now. You
okay,
understand? Even if
yeah,
they don't have
yes,
the evidence, they still would be wrong. You see, and
okay,
so those who strongly follow you, promoting your doctrine, they had to find some credence in a brother named Mutawa. You see, for it to be passed down from generation to generation.
So
You
why
know, they
don't we
wouldn't be
still?
lying
Why
for
don't?
100 years carrying the name of somebody like Mutawa.
Why
You see
not?
what I'm saying?
They did it with Zeus.
You still ain't getting what
They,
I'm
Yeah.
saying. But
I am. I
I
get it.
respect your position. But see what it
Good.
is, I understand you have to answer it that way because you feel it would debunk, you know, your stance. And I
My
understand that. So
stand
you
my
wouldn't
my
answer it the way it should be answered.
good
But
brother.
I'm cool with
My
that.
stand. Yeah,
I can accept that.
my stance has been the same stance. Like if the same way people believed in Zeus in whatever time they believed in Zeus, and then they come to find out that Zeus was mythos. The same way people adamantly believed in the Greek gods, Apollo, Zeus, Hermes, and all them other motherfuckers. The same way they adamantly believed in them. It came a time when they said, you know what? This is some BS. This is not the truth. We have to move forward. There is going to come a time in the African mind where the Abrahamic faiths are going to be just as mythological to y'all as the Greek gods is to white people.
I just want to say I agree with Mudua.
Okay. Hey, before we go any further, we got somebody else on the panel. We got General Yashar in the building. You know, he supports tanks on the ground. He rocks with Elder Yarah. Go ahead and introduce yourself, family. Okay, he might be away from the phone.
Hey Judah, let me set something out real quick.
Yeah, go
This
ahead,
is
family.
something totally different than what they talking about. I want to
Okay.
set this out here for the records though. I want you to listen, family, and this is just in general. Primary sources, right, is considered evidence in most cases of information we deal with. Primary sources consist of a many different elements. Primary sources deal with the evidence of history. Primary sources deal with the evidence of original records. Primary sources also considers objects that are created by participants or observers at the time of historical events. You know, primary sources also deal with manuscripts, you know, autobiographies. Man, we can go into so many different newspaper articles. All of these things are considered primary sources. So I just want people to have that knowledge for a future reference when it comes to somebody trying to dispute what's a primary source and what's not a primary source, because there are plenty manuscripts and original texts that test something. I give you one example, and I'm gonna stand down with this. For example, I can show you right now a whole bunch of tombs in from the Islamic standpoint of all the prophets. I can show you tombs of all the prophets. You see, right now. The thing is about it, the burden of proof will be upon somebody else outside of that to say that that's not the prophet in the tomb. But they would have to prove that. So if I showed you the tomb of Adam, or I showed you the tomb of Muhammad, or the tomb of Belial, or the tomb of these different individuals, Abraham, you know, Isaac, Jacob, if I showed you that, you see, now you can easily deny and say, oh, that ain't them, this and that, there, whatever. But that would be your opinion at that point. You couldn't say that's who it is because I'm showing you an actual tomb, you know, and this is documented and accepted as being so. So I'm just putting that out there as well, you know. So primary sources are not based upon somebody else's opinions, and the general opinion of men will never alter the nature of truth. Peace.
All right. I think Brother Yara fell off. Yasha, did you want to share your information, brother? Or you get your computer ready? Maybe not. Okay.
Yeah, sure do.
Okay, go ahead.
Karima, I just sent you a video. I want you to go to the 333 mark.
333. All right, man. Everybody like, subscribe, and share that share this link. We we don't ask for donation over here. All we ask that you do is share the video, share it to all your social media outlets, things of that nature. So Jabari's information is really
Send
the
it
topic.
send it to my original account, Karima Powell.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So what you bringing up here, Yasha? What we got here?
Hold on for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
I got something I want to show Mudawa, and I want to ask. I want to see. Do this man know what he's talking about?
Okay. Right.
Okay. Basically, what I have here is that we're just talking about this debate here, okay, or this dialogue that was taking place between Elder Yarah and that was taking place between Jabari himself, okay. We were talking. They're talking about. They got to the point to where they was talking about these Hyksos people. Jabari is making it like non-African people. Okay, he's making it as though his case is that non-African people came into Africa and killed black babies. Okay, now
No,
the ridiculous.
whoa. No. He's not. Is he saying? Yeah, he is saying that. Yep.
Yeah, he's saying
Yeah.
non-African
Yeah, you're right. You're
people
right.
are
Yep.
coming in there killing African babies. That's what he said the Passover is. Non-African people. Now, the ridiculousness about this is that prior to the 1700s, nobody referred to that land as Africa. All right? Nobody referred to that land as Africa. Africa was not. We hear about the Gondwana lands, the Alkebulands. There were many many different land names that they called Africa, and Africa was not one of them. Okay, so when you say when he say that non-Africans, hold that thought for 1 second.
Okay. We're gonna get to the bottom of the situation.
Yeah, I got this phone over here going off. I got to get a new phone. I don't know, and there's no way for me to turn it off. But anyway, he was saying that non-African people came into Egypt for this Passover and was killing Africans. Okay, the ridiculousness about that again is that those people were not even called Africans. So what he was really doing was trying to make it as if though a non-black people came into Egypt and were killing black people. You dig? And he was trying to say, make that as if though that the Hyksos were non-black people. He was he was trying to make it as though the Hyksos and the Jewish people were the same people, and that they were non-black people, and they were praising and celebrating coming into Africa, killing black people. But the real problem with that is that he have claimed to have been in Egypt all of this time and have all these many times. I can't even count how many times he didn't say he done been back and forth to Egypt. Apparently, he don't know what he's looking at. I have some hieroglyphics right here that proves that whole thesis dead wrong. What I have here is some hieroglyphics here with a university scholar, okay, explaining to you who these Hyksos are. She said that they were Libyans, Nubians, Canaanites, and Assyrians, people from the Levant. And these people on the Egyptian hieroglyphics, you're going to see these people. These people were all black people. Okay? Play the video, Kareem.
Were nothing more than barbarians. 3,500 years later, his corpse still bears witness to his brutal slaughter at the hands of the enemy. To Egyptians, these foreigners were nothing more than barbarians.
Can you turn it up a little bit? Or that's allowed us to go?
They are described as that vile
Look,
foe.
those the Hyksos.
Beyond the pale.
They look black.
Black as hell. Can you rewind that back just a little bit, Karina, so we can get a look at that?
Image.
Beyond the pale. Foreigners are dirt under the feet of the Pharaoh.
To Egyptians, these foreigners were nothing more than barbarians.
These were Egyptian, he saw them as foreigners and barbarians.
People who are beyond the pale. Foreigners are dirt under the feet of the Pharaoh.
Images of foreigners were carved on footstools like this, so Egyptians could show their superiority by symbolically and literally trampling on them. Nubians, Libyans, Asiatics, all were depicted as ugly, as savages, not worthy of placing a foot on Egyptian sand.
Stop.
But now...
That right there. I mean, these guys are so fucking just disingenuous, it's a shame, man. I mean, it's just sad, bro. Sad. This is the evidence right here that the Hyksos were black people, and they were African people. They were Hamites, just like the damn, they were Kemetic people, just as much Kemetic people as the damn Egyptians that were in Egypt. Okay, and this is ridiculous. All of these people these are your Hyksos. The Hyksos were your Nubians, which were Ethiopians. They were Canaanites. Okay, they were people from the Levant. All right, and Canaanite, all black people. And these people, the Egyptians saw those people as ugly. As you can see right there, they have them depicted like they floating because the Egyptians saw them as ugly and saw these black people. Look at that first man's feet. That's jet skillet black. Very different variations of black. These people, all of this stuff about we couldn't possibly be these people, there's no basis to this stuff that what these people is talking about. And the reality is that when you do research, all of the research today that are coming out debunks everything that these guys be talking about, man. And I land my plane.
All right. All right. Mudawa, you got anything to say about that? Cephas Black typed in, though they was not black people. Go ahead and respond on that, Cephas.
Yeah, I mean, like this is Colonel Mugabe speaking again. If you think that the Hyksos, if you think that the Hyksos were black people, I mean, this conversation, we shouldn't even be having this conversation. You know, we've already extended way too much latitude by saying that the Israelites were black, because we know. Y'all doing too much, man. Y'all are really like there. You don't even have enough evidence to support a black Israelite claim, much less a black anybody else claim. This is starting to be ridiculous, man. Like, stop playing with people like that. We're not finna be on Fantasy Island. There is no evidence to support anything that Terry just said. No credible genetic evidence to support anything that man just said. And I'm mad at the overall conscious community for letting this blister fester for so long. This blister should have been popped, busted, and bled out a long time ago. And we let this shit go too far, and now this blister thinks it's a real thing now. And it's not, man. It's just really, really not. And the jig is up. Now y'all want to make other people stop it.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I'm gonna
Okay,
ask
yeah,
you. So
may I
what?
respond?
Yeah, yeah,
May
yeah,
I
yeah. Real,
respond?
Just give me a
Yeah,
second.
let
Give me 2 seconds.
Cephas respond with some information instead of just his opinion.
I don't know. Okay. I forgot my question now. Oh
Mm.
wait. Okay. So listen, Mudawa. So those people that he showed on there, those are not his Hyksos.
Bro, if you're
Can you
showing,
prove it too? Prove whatever your answer is.
That video
Show me
came
some
from
type of
YouTube
evidence,
also.
bro. That's evidence what I just showed you, bro. Those are Egyptian hieroglyphics, bro. With a doctor, okay, a scholar, explaining it. You know scholar, bro. You ain't got no scholar in Egyptology, bro. You ain't never been to Egypt, bro. All right, stop it, bro. These are Egyptian hieroglyphics with black people on it, bro. That are the Hyksos, bro.
All right. Go ahead, Cephas. Cephas Black.
Well, yeah, it's a lot to it, but you got these new anthropologists, all these other scientists that come up with these brand spanking ideas to confuse the people. You know, so the take on it, that is a brand new scientist who just really figured that out. So we gotta actually figure out what origin is that from, what date they discovered that, and all, because only information on that is from a YouTube channel that you posted.
correct.
But other than that though, the Hyksos back in the history I read when I was looking up, they was invaders. You know, so the Smithsonian Museum right now wants to say that they was immigrants more than invaders. But they, what's the whole point of conquering the land? But they was no kins of ours.
Okay, what I want to ask you, Cephas, are you indicating by in any way that, I mean, because I'm expecting you guys to know Kemet. Are you indicating that those were not hieroglyphics on that wall?
Oh no, I see that. What I'm rebuting is that
Would
they
you
can be
agree that those
made
are
up.
Egyptian hieroglyphics?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see the way that they were depicted lifted off the ground? Did you see that? Where it was said that they were unworthy to walk upon Egyptian sand. They were seen by the Egyptians as ugly.
Damn. I mean, why did
These
they?
are black
I'm
people,
I'm
man.
trying to figure out how the Egyptians look at them as ugly, and wasn't they just as black as they was, or just a different dynasty maybe that looked at them different. I don't get that part.
You know,
I'm trying
why
to.
did
I'm
they
trying
do
to.
that? They just look down on them. You know what I mean? They look down on those people. And these are the people right here. You can see this with your own eyes. These are Egyptian hieroglyphics. And if you let it play, you will actually see the hieroglyphs on the tops. And if you guys can read it, and you guys all this scholarship shit,
Yep.
go
Uh huh.
read it and tell me what that say.
What?
But what
Let,
scholar discovered that though?
hold on. Let it
What
run
scholar?
again. Let it run
Rewind that back.
again.
The lady was
Run it back
just speaking.
again. Run it back again. Run it back
There she
again.
go, right there. So we could look her up. We could look her up. Rewind it back till you see her face.
And I gotta say one more thing, Sister Karima, can you put the link in the chat? Elder Yarah said he I think his phone died, so he's gonna jump on maybe through his computer. Is the link in the chat?
Push play.
Bears witness to his brutal slaughter at the hands of the enemy. To Egyptians, these foreigners were nothing more than barbarians.
They were looking down on other black
They are
people, real
described as
black
that
men.
vile foe.
Red man.
People who
All
are
right, let it play.
beyond
Let
the
it play.
pale. Foreigners are dirt under the feet
Nicole
of
D.O.
Images of foreigners were carved on footstools like this, so Egyptians could show their superiority by symbolically and literally trampling on them. Nubians, Libyans, Asiatics, all were depicted as ugly, as savages, not worthy of placing a foot on Egyptian
Hold up, pause right there. He just said Nubians,
Yes, she
Libyans,
said
and
Nubians,
Asiatics. Libyans
Libyans, and Asiatics.
did not say not one time Hyksos.
Those are the Hyksos, dude.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Y'all crazy, boy.
Y'all don't understand history. Y'all don't know how to read. Y'all think
Which one? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
singular.
Wait a minute. Which one is the Hyksos? The Nubians, the
They're all
Libyans.
Hyksos, brother.
Oh.
Yeah, they're
The
all
Hyksos
Hyksos.
wasn't an
Jabari
amalgamation
tried
of
to make it
people.
like the Hyksos are
This
one
is why
group
y'all
of
don't
people,
understand history.
and no scholar agree with that, bro.
Not one.
Not one.
Oh my goodness.
Y'all don't understand history. I'm gonna ask you the same thing I asked Jabari. Right?
And we asking you to come with don't say shit, prove shit, bro.
No,
Come
you
with some
just,
evidence.
bro.
A
You just
picture,
posted
a
a
clip,
video.
a
Okay, hold
book,
up, y'all.
an author.
Terry, you just
Everybody
posted a
calm
video.
down.
You just posted a video. You just posted a video, and you were saying that this video is telling us who the Hyksos were, and at
Yeah,
one time,
Nicole
and
Deutsch,
that okay,
Egyptologist.
right, and not one time did I hear anyone say anything about the Hyksos. The first thing
Because
out
you
of her
don't know
mouth,
who the Hyksos
the
is.
first thing out of her mouth was Nubians.
Hold up. So let me end this. Let me end this, right? Because this is another question Jabari ran from. And I
But you
guarantee
did hear
you
that they
you're
was
gonna run.
invaders,
Oh
right?
man,
You
y'all
did hear that
dudes,
they was
man.
invaders. You did hear that, didn't you?
Yeah, hold on
Oh
one second.
You
This is
man.
the
did hear that
question.
Hey,
they was
everybody
enemies.
calm down though.
You did hear that they was enemies and disdained by Egypt. You did hear that, right?
Yeah, I heard that part. Shout
So
out
it
to
really
Alicia
don't even
Israel in the
matter,
building.
bro. They was in the same status. They was in the same status as the Hyksos. If you would like to say that they were not the Hyksos.
Right.
Y'all are incredible, man. Y'all just
Hold
keep trying to reframe
No,
history,
bro.
bro.
Come with some facts, bro. Come with
Bro,
some information and other than talk, dog.
I am coming
That
with
shit ain't gonna work over
information.
here, bro.
I
hold
am
on.
coming with
Hold
information,
I
on. Can
man.
can't.
I
We
be
can't
heard?
do that without showing them. You gotta have the computer to show them.
Can I be heard?
Yeah, go ahead, Yarah.
I'm gonna pose the question to the panel. The same question I posed to Jabari. One of the many questions never
Hey,
answered.
Moody, is you eating? Cause I can hear you over there smacking. You got
Oh,
them
my
damn pork
bad.
chops again. God
Go
damn.
on, go on and pause me, bro. I mean, mute me right quick.
Yeah.
Mute your mic.
So I'm gonna ask the same question, pose it to the panel. Where did the term Hyksos come from? Does anybody know?
That's a good question. It means invaders, right?
That means from the Greeks, correct?
They gave the term Hyksos, but what's the etymology of it?
It means rulers of in foreign lands.
By whom? Whose etymology is that? That it means rulers of foreign lands.
That's the. Well, I can't quote on who said that, but that's in the history that I looked up. Let me look it up again.
Right. The term Hyksos comes from the Kemetic or the Egyptian word or language or title of Hyksos. That's where the term Hyksos comes from. Hyksos. That's the Kemetic meaning of foreigners or invaders. Right? Foreigners or invaders. That's the term. That's where we get Hyksos from. It's just the Latin
Correct.
version, Greek version of Hyksos.
How you pronounce it, Elder?
It's Hika, Heka, Hyksos.
Hitakasu.
Hika.
Okay. Hika
Yeah.
Kasu.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that's where it comes from. Why is that important to ask that question? Because the question is, who would they be calling those? Who were they talking about? Right? They weren't, and we can see this on the B'nai Hassan mural, who they were referring to in the I believe 1800 BCE, when we see those shepherds or those kings, or we see an amalgamated group of people, the Mitanni, all of these people are coming into Egypt. They're coming into that land. That's what we see on the B'nai Hassan mural. That's who they were referring to. They also referred to them. Shout out to my brother Orthodox Moore. They also refer to a group of people as the retinue. So oftentimes we see on the mural, we see the four uh, depictions of populations of people, right? And they have the Nubian, they have the Asiatic, right? And then they have two other groups of people, right? The Egyptian, right? And then they have another group of people, right? These people were an amalgamation. Those people all together were considered the Hyksos or the Hyksos. It's poor research and understanding to say that the Hyksos was just one specific group of people. Not true. Not true.
Can I just add on that? You're correct. You know, they did start off black, but they was invaders of the land of Kemet. You know, even the Smithsonian Museum say that they was like they call them immigrants, but they still conquered that land at that time.
Do you know the history of between Egypt and Nubia, and all of the from the time that Egypt started till the time it ended, there was constant conflicts between the Nubians and the Egyptians, constant wars, constant enslavements, and all of that stuff. You can read this stuff on the Elephantine tablets, man. You know what I'm saying, Steeler?
Listen. Sheikh Anta, if you listen to what he talks about between the conflict between Nubia and Kemet, he'll tell you that it's because of a civil war that broke out in Nubia that you even had the founding of what they would understand of Kemet to be. Right? When he talks about, because he believed that Asar or Osiris was a real person. If y'all go back and study Sheikh Anta, it's recorded in video on YouTube. Just go back and find it and listen to it. He'll tell you exactly that. So oftentimes, when we hear these things about people in ancient Kemet, or we hear about things in ancient Kemet, most of what you're understanding, you're getting this stuff from modern Kemetic scientists. These people are not historians. They're not telling you what the ancient people of Kemet actually said themselves.
All right, that's more than enough time. Now, show us that the Hyksos were black, please.
He just did.
No, he didn't.
Wow, he just did.
He didn't. I'm not impressed.
Well,
I'm not impressed.
Watch this.
Basically, what he's saying, like, and everyone started off black. Basically, what he's saying,
but that's not. But hold on. That's a scientific cop out that the chronology of human migration does not support.
Okay, that's none of that what you just said makes sense.
It does make sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. Excuse me, brother. You just spoke for about 5 minutes. Let me speak,
you just made a
brother.
statement that's incorrect.
Okay, let me speak. You said a few statements that's not correct.
Don't go past the stop sign,
you made a few statements that wasn't correct, and I let you cook.
Don't go past.
You made a few statements that wasn't correct,
and
I fell back. Hold on, now fall back.
You gonna fall back?
No, I'm not gonna fall back again.
Let me explain something to you.
No, I'm not gonna hold on. I'm not gonna hold on. I'm not gonna hold on. It's not gonna be real quick. It ain't your show. It ain't your show.
It is his show. It is, and you need to stop being rude.
So.
No, we gonna have some decorum whether it's his show or not. Fuck him. Let me finish my thought.
You need to just stop being rude, okay?
Let me explain something, brother.
No. Let me explain something,
brother.
Let me finish my thought.
First of all,
let me finish my thought.
There's no evidence ever.
Let me finish my thought.
Anything.
Let me finish my thought.
If you're trying to.
Can I finish my thought?
No, I'm not done. If you're trying to equate the Hyksos with modern Europeans, that doesn't work. There was no such thing as a white European. So if you're trying to,
you're a damn fool if you don't think it was a Europe. If you don't think there was a white person in the biblical era, you're a fucking fool.
Listen, brother, they were not.
I'm gonna let you build.
That's not, because when you start talking about white people, right? You're talking about people
that didn't come into existence. They didn't even call them or refer. No one even referred to them as white people. No one even thought that they were white people. This is the problem that you guys have in those sun-baked areas of Mesopotamia and ancient Kemet and in the Levant. You did not have any white people. You had no European white people. They just did not exist.
Well, the lady clearly said that they were from the Levant and they were Assyrian and Levantish type people. The guy he said he called it out.
Yeah.
The only thing that he don't understand is that these people were foreign invaders, and he obviously don't understand linguistics because that's what the.
But wait.
You don't understand linguistics. You want me to say it again?
Hold on.
Terry, let him respond, okay?
Hold on. Now, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this one good time. If you don't understand human genetics and how genetics work, and when different quote unquote, I'm using my air quote, ethnic groups of people arrived on the face of the earth, and you're trying to use some type of biblical narrative to determine that shit, you're gonna be stupid the rest of your life. We're gonna see who's stupid in a minute. May I finish? May I finish, bro? May I finish? You're going to be stupid the rest of your life if you're holding on to a biblical narrative about people population groups.
Bro, we talking about Hyksos.
May I finish?
We talking about no, bro. You can't finish. We talking about Hyksos.
Okay, I can't finish. I can't finish. I can't finish.
About Nubians and Libyans, bro. We ain't said nothing about no Bible in my speech, bro. So in my thesis, you know, because you creating straw man arguments, bro, and that's ridiculous.
He left.
He need to leave, dude, because I'm not gonna let this guy just sit up there and do that stupid shit, bro. He could do that with Mutawa. I mean, with Elder Yarah. He can't do that with me.
He ain't about to do that with nobody. So carry on.
Mutawa, you gotta start bringing. When you come on, you gotta start bringing some sources, man. I mean, just your pork chop eating lip ain't gonna cut it. Just because it come out of your pork chop eating lip don't make it right. We need to see some sources, some evidence to back up what you're trying to debunk. That's all we saying, brother. I love you. I know you're mad at me about Kevin Samuels, but that's for another time and another day. I don't need Kevin Samuels' help to help me find a woman. All right, but that's for another time and another place. But go ahead, Yasha. Go ahead and get your video up or continue with your thought.
Yeah, I'm gonna land my plane until I pull this next information that's just going to debunk whatever he said about we don't have no DNA evidence. Who is this fool talking to, bro? See, these niggas, I refuse to let you talk down to me and talk stupid to me when you ain't got a fucking piece of source, bro. No source, no evidence, mouth and lies. The nigga feeling hurt. I'll land my plane until I get my further research, my further sources.
Okay. General Yashar, are you there?
Yo, Shalom, Elder Yarah.
Yeah, go ahead and introduce yourself real quick. I think you get.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Shalom. Peace to you, family.
Shalom to the panel. You know, Sister Karima, Brother Comedin, JJ, Yasha. I'm not sure who you are, Cephas, but Shalom to you. Yeah, man. You know, I definitely understand what y'all said, man. You know, I've been dealing with the brother for years. It's hard to get this brother to, you know, show any sources, you know, to back up anything that he say. Right. You know, I thought things would have changed, you know, as we mature, you know, we get better, you know, with presenting information and, you know, doing our research, right? You would think that would be the same for these other brothers, man. But unfortunately, they still in the same position, in the same place, you know, after 5-6 years. Yeah. That's not a good thing, man. You know, right. Being stagnant.
And you lived down the street from him, right? In LA, right?
Yeah, I used, you know what I'm saying? I was raised like right around the corner from me, you know, but you know, at
I
the
was
end of the
gonna go
day, the
down the
brother.
street and slap him with the truth, but that's all right. He too far now.
Yeah,
Go
man.
ahead, Yeshua. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. But I was just saying, yeah, man. When it comes down to this information, though, man, we doing bigger and better things. You know, unfortunately, you know, the other communities that like to go against us and you know, combat us all the time with this very same argument that's very old and you know, it's not even fun anymore. You know what I'm saying? Because we've been debunking information with sources, upon sources from different angles, from science to history to archaeology. You know what I mean? And they still want to deny all of this information. So with that being said, like I'm just waiting even for a Jabari, right? To actually be honest with the information and present it in truth.
Right.
Not just be preaching and trying to use other people's information and try and debate. Like, what are you talking about? Where's your information? Where's your sources at? And 2 PowerPoints is not gonna get it. I don't care where you at. 2 PowerPoints is not gonna get you nothing, right? So I'm just saying, man, like people out here playing games still with the information. Unfortunately, a lot of the people in their community is continuously accepting that. And that's just, you know, again, unfortunate. You know, as we continue to grow, I'm not worried about what they doing no more. You know, if they
They
can't
staying
present no
stagnant.
truth.
Josh, they staying stagnant over there, man.
Right. And it's just like I asked a brother I think last week, I said, man, present to me, you know, some laws concerning these confessions, you know, that they confessing to. And I was told that the confessions are laws. And so I refuse to have the argument or to even communicate with people that just, you know, think like that and communicate that way, because the ignorance is, you know, beyond me. It's like, if you don't know where your laws are, even though I know they had laws, you understand, they abided by laws, but where are they? You see what I'm saying?
Them the
All this
same silly
talking, I
people.
just want you to show us the laws. That's it.
Them
Go
the
ahead, Keith.
same silly people who run around saying that we took 10 commandments. You understand what I'm saying? From 42 confessions when we got like 600 some commandments, bro.
For the
It's
arguments for
crazy,
the
bro.
Not just dealing with morality, but dealing with agriculture,
Yeah.
dealing with
If we got over 600 laws, bro, and you talking about you got 42 and we took 10, 613. Well, where we get the other 603 from? Okay, and 10 laws that you say we took from you, bro. Stop it, bro. Stop it, bro. Our whole law system is far more vast and far more complete than any of their law system than that 42 of my bullshit, bro. We got laws dealing with hygiene, laws dealing with sex, laws dealing with mating. I'm talking about like as in marriages and stuff like that. We got laws dealing with agriculture, laws dealing with business. These guys ain't got all that stuff, man. It's really stupid. And what they doing is the old Texas shotgun logical fallacy, where they doing these comparisons, but when you put that stuff on the scale, that stuff don't even really compare, bro. I let my plane.
Man, I just want to give a shout out to all the elders, man, that's out here putting in that major work right now, man. You know what I'm saying? It's very encouraging, you know what I'm saying, and motivating to me, you know what I'm saying, to see the elders doing what they doing. Because a lot of people think, you know, because they respectful with their information, that they out here playing. Unfortunately, man. Don't get it twisted at all. There's no games being played out here.
well, as a comedic brother, I just got to say that my job is to show you where the white man took our laws and made it for himself, and reverse psychology, and made it think that we started with the Ten Commandments when we started really with the 42 laws of Mayat. The white man is the ones who made all the mythology part of. We are the, as you say, the original tradition of the Hebrews, and they took it and they stole it from us. And I got proof where they stole it and took it from us. I just can't prove it today because I'm working on my phone, but I have my computer, and that's where I land my plane at. We are the originals, as you said. Israelites, they got everything from us. You know what I'm saying? And it was trickery. But we in the hygiene part, you saying that also come from the laws of Maya, all that. Like the negative confessions was first. You can Google that right now. That's real history. Where they
Can
got
you
everything
show me?
from.
Can you show me anywhere in the laws of Ma'at where you are not to sleep with a woman for 7 days after she come off of her period,
All right,
or anything like that? Like when she a refraining period coming from a childbirth or something like that.
now let me rephrase that too. Now everything that they didn't take, they made some stuff up too, some wicked stuff. So I would have to sit down in the proper settings to explain myself. But I can't explain myself right now.
Yeah, let me jump in here real
The
quick.
scripture tell you to wash yourself after you have sexual intercourse, hygiene.
Th-
Do in something of like that, just like that, that
yes.
mirror that.
Yes,
Does Kemet
that's
have
why
that?
Islam got that from. Islam got
Islam
that from
got it from
Kemet.
Israel.
No, Islam got that from Kemet because Israel come from Kemet also. Like I said in my
Do we
interview.
got a debate here?
Oh no, we don't have a debate because I can't prove nothing. I'm working on my phone and I need a proper setting. But I was chatting there.
I'm not
Well,
talking about right now. I'm just
yeah,
saying.
Oh, in the future,
In the
I'm
future,
down
I'm
with it.
down with it. Yeah.
yeah. Well, let me jump in here real quick. If somebody that's in the chat, I might could do it myself, but if somebody look in the private chat, I dropped a link in there, and we want to talk about DNA evidence and who the Hyksos were, because I mentioned earlier about the retinue, and then the foreigners from the West. If somebody can show it, I want somebody to be able to. I might be able to play it.
I got it.
You got it. Can you go to the like the 10-minute 40-second mark and let it run through, like it's almost like 2 minutes, but it's a big presentation. This is talking about the DNA evidence of the Hyksos, and then we'll drop the link in the chat because I want the people to see it. Right around there is good.
Region of study. Individuals from major centers such as Memphis, Thebes, and even further south into Upper Egypt and Nubia might be present in this assemblage, but unidentifiable using strontium isotope analysis. The Hyksos era women, clustering higher and lower than the local biospheric values, are interred at different tombs across the site. It is possible that women hailed from the same origins in this time, but this might be an issue of equifinality, in that they have childhood residences in different parts of the world with similar underlying geologies. Oxygen-stable isotope analysis is an additional tool for investigating paleomobility in a bioarchaeological context.
Let it keep playing.
You got to talk a little bit through it so we won't get flagged.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So this is for teaching purposes only. And so basically what we're saying is that they're eventually going to get to the point in this particular video where they tell you that the Hyksos, right, and their origin and what their origin is, that they were people who were native to the land, right? These people they were calling the retinue, right? These were a different type of people that they actually, that the DNA shows that these people came up, they rose up in the land. So when the Bible talks about there arose a Pharaoh that knew not Joseph, right? It says there arose one, right? And so these people that actually arose and came up, these people in the land, they were already in the land. They weren't actually native Egyptians, but they were of the amalgamation of people, but they were birthed in that land and they rose to power. And this is why we have evidence of Amos the first, and I'm going to show that in my slide, of Amos, the brother of Kamos, and Amos talks about how he has to deal during the expulsion, where he has to deal with the Asiatic and the Nehesi, or the Nubian or the Negro. He has to deal with these two different people. So while we have three different warring factions going on here, during the time that we see were present, even during the time of where the biblical Exodus tell us it occurred, these are talking about amalgamated group of people that we know and believe are the Hyksos. So coming up in the next few minutes, we'll hear them play this out, and they're going to tell us that these people, as my brother Yasha was saying, that these Hyksos weren't white.
Text, and has been used in previous Egyptian and Sudanese studies. Future research utilizing oxygen-stable isotope analysis on the Tel el-Dabaa assemblage might hold promise for identifying these non-locals with local strontium values. Despite a reasonable expectation of isotopic homogeneity, the majority of individuals in the larger assemblage,
now pause it right there real quick.
irrespective of
Pause it
time
right there
period.
for me, sis. Can you pause it? Now, have we seen these images before?
Yeah.
These are the groups of people in ancient Kemet.
4 different groups, huh?
4 different groups of people. Now look at those people. None of them are a European white person.
Yeah, because some of the color look like it's bleached out, or like it, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like it faded in time, yeah.
Faded in time where they went across the walls and try to
white
bleach
it out.
I think they did that.
Exactly.
Is that right, Cephas?
Yeah. But you can see,
yeah.
But you can see clearly from the original walls in Kemet, these people are melanated people. But we can tell that they are different tribes of people, right? In ancient Kemet. Now, this is what Brother Yasha's been saying. This is what I've been proposing all the time, that the Hyksos were not a white European people, but they weren't native Egyptians either. These was an amalgamation of people, right? We know that there's no Egyptian in either one of those 4 groups right there, native Egyptian.
Right.
Because the native Egyptians shaved their heads. They didn't wear long braids like the brother right there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They didn't wear animal skins. They thought it was disgusting to wear the skins.
I don't know about all that though, but okay.
No, they didn't wear the animal skins, because in sheep skins, like the brother at the end is wearing, or goat skins, because they claimed that the stench of it, right, was unbearable. So they refused to wear it. Y'all got to read what these people are saying about themselves and about their own particular culture.
I think they did wear like the jaguar or the leopard.
Well, those people, see, here's the
thing. Yeah, do you even know what the jaguar, the leopard, what that signifies? You know what that means?
Well, let's really get into that, right?
Okay.
I want to hear what you have to say first, because then I want to go into that.
Go ahead, Cephas.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you what it means.
Kingship or something, right?
Well, it means 2 things. So it means like a high priest and a warrior.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You can look that up right now. It means high priest and a warrior. You know, really spiritual people do that. So what you look at that as?
Right. I'm going to tell you, most importantly, I agree with you, but I'm going to tell you most importantly, I don't think what a lot of people really know about that. When you see on the hieroglyphs on the walls in Kemet, and they have those leopard skins draped across their shoulders. Those are high priests. Guess what the name of those high priest names were? They were called the Shem. In the hieroglyphics is SM. They were called the Shem priesthood. Don't y'all find that funny? See, this is what I mean about what people don't really understand when they take liberty with the information and don't really understand what it is that they get. If you go back in some even pseudepigraphal writings, and even in some ancient texts, they talk about one of the reasons even why that leopard coat or that leopard skin became prominent among the warriors, because it was a remembrance of Nimrod, who was a slayer of beasts, right? And so if you see any ancient depictions of Nimrod, he would be holding a leopard in one hand and a fir tree or a spear in the other hand, right?
Right.
And so this is where they get this warrior from, right? See, this is what I tell people. Like, if you really go into what these people are saying, they're not denying what's occurring in the scriptures, but what they do is they leave it out. See, the Egyptians had a practice called amnodamnatia, right? Is what the Greeks referred to it as, where they would go and they would erase you off the steles. They would erase you out of history. Their written history in stone. They would completely erase you out. We wouldn't know anything about Hatshepsut had we not found her tomb, because they erased her from the record. Why? Why were these people erased? Because the people of ancient Kemet referred to them as traitors, right? Peace, family. What's the brother name? Yasaf Samora? Absolutely. The Greeks referred to the Hyksos as Phoenicians. Who were the people of Phoenicia? Who were the Phoenicians? These were people from the Levantine, from the Levant area. See, this is what I'm saying about when people they want to tell you that the Hyksos was just one specific group of people and they were white folk.
Right.
They weren't.
They try to make it
I
like the
have
Hicks, like the Hyksos is just like you said, like one group of people.
I
And to
have
be
some
honest, oh, whoa, I got 2 seconds. And to be honest, I actually thought they were. So I'm glad you enlightened me.
I have some DNA evidence that I've showed once before to the public. And I want to show y'all this once again because people act stupid like they don't see this. Karima, there's some something that I sent you. Could you post that? It's some writings.
I wanted Yarah to finish up this.
The video. Just let it play out. For the next, I think it's about the next. We're almost there, Yasha. They're gonna tell you the origin of the Hyksos. They're gonna tell you the origin of the Hyksos, the DNA origin that they found, that they discovered. You can't trace them to a white European.
Right.
That's what I want to be heard.
And one more thing, Sister Karima, they're saying that D-Red, the blue collar scholar, want to jump on. Is the link in the chat? Somebody said it's not working. Can you maybe try to post it one more time, please and thank you?
And Yasha Samora, shalom to you. You're absolutely right. The Phoenicians are derived from the ancient Chaldeans. Like these people were of Mesopotamia. They were the Levant. That's why oftentimes they were referred to as Amorites or foreigners from the West. That's what the word Amorite means. Foreigners from the West. That's how they were. That's what how they were described.
The Amaru.
Absolutely.
That's what the Egyptians referred to them as. Amaru.
Exactly. I keep telling people, if you want to know the origin of these people and where they came from, go back in the Kemetic text. They will tell you these people that was coming into their land and who they were and what they called them. And that's what we call them today. And then shout out to my brother Orthodox Moore. Again, even when I talk, even in Isaiah chapter 52, verses 3 and 4, when it says the Assyrian oppressed Israel while in Egypt, while they were slaves in Egypt, right? The term the term Assyria or Assyrian is older than the name Syria. If you go back and look at it, we see the word Assyrians or the Assyrians in 2300 BCE. You don't see the land being called Syria until much later. So to keep saying that these people were native Egyptians, to keep saying that these people were white Europeans, right? It's false. It's false. It's not true. It has no bearing in history. And they're going to tell you. And see, they know who these people are. We're the only ones still stuck on it.
So where are they getting this from? Are they getting it from the whited out, faded pictures on the wall?
No, they actually have DNA evidence.
No, I'm talking about why they saying they're white. Where they
I don't, because one of the reasons is because later on, what occurred was people don't understand what happened was during the intermediate period in history. During the intermediate period in history is when the ruling government or people in rule, for whatever reason, through a natural disaster or a great war, that their rule collapses, right? Or some natural disaster happens where they lose power, right? Or their economy goes bust, right? And so then you have what you call an intermediate period. People move away out of those lands looking for a better way of life, looking to survive because that particular government has fallen, right? So in Kemetic understanding, they called in history, they call it an intermediate period, right? And so during these intermediate periods, you will have people who will just abandon where they once lived, right? It would be almost like a ghost town, be very few people there. Then what you would have is other people migrating from other parts of the land later on in history. They would migrate into these lands that weren't heavily populated anymore, but they would still find remnants of the previous or older cultures there. And oftentimes what they would do is what we see Europeans do today. They took on those, they acculturate, they call them cultural appropriators. They acculturated these people's language, they acculturated their religion, they acculturated their way of life. And then they say, well, we came up with it. No, you didn't. It was there when you got there. You just took credit for it. And oftentimes that's what we see occurring in history, just like the Ptolemies, right? They conquered Egypt and they went in there and what? Began to call themselves pharaohs, right? When none of their people had nothing to do with that, right? And so, and so that's something that like people like we have to understand what's really going on around here when we're looking at this history and why they make up these claims that, oh no, they were white, these were white people, but they do that to really go against the scripture. That's the real reason why they do it. But let this video play so Yasha can get to his point on the DNA.
Yeah. And Karima, is there anybody backstage? I think somebody said they backstage. They're trying to get on. Elder Edward Knapp.
Nope. Nope, nobody up here.
Okay, let me send him the link. All right, sorry about that, y'all. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. So, Sister Karima, if you can allow that video to continue.
Period show non-local strontium values, which is
I'm
compelling.
about to change devices.
Chronological patterns of movement can be observed using strontium analysis on human remains from the site of Tel El Dabah, with more immigrants previous to the Hyksos dynasty. On a local scale, this reflects in some way the international characteristic of the city as a harbor in the northeastern Nile Delta. In combination with previous archaeological evidence, this research supports the concept that the Hyksos were not an invading force occupying this city and the upper Nile Delta, but an internal group of people who gained power in a system with which they were already familiar.
Stop
Contrary
right there.
to the model of the Hyksos coming to power from a...
Y'all hear what he just said?
Yeah.
What the DNA evidence shows? Did you
Yeah.
hear that, Yasha?
Yeah.
They're telling you that these were people who had migrated, who had already came into that land, many groups of people who were already in that land, and they rose to power. You wouldn't say that about a native Egyptian. You understand what I'm saying? You wouldn't say that about a native Egyptian. But these were people who had migrated into that land and had been there. Now look at who they're showing you who the Hyksos were.
No blonde hair, blue eyed, nothing.
Where are they? This is what I mean.
No
about
non-African, nothing.
Exactly. This is what I mean about people in their in their lies and their confirmation bias and what they don't understand. And so when somebody says, "Oh, y'all gonna be ignorant because y'all don't go understand the DNA evidence," well, here it is. We know what the DNA evidence is saying. That's why we're saying this. This is what we're saying. And just to put the cherry on top, it lines up with the scripture. It tells us that in the land of Egypt during the Exodus, there arose a Pharaoh that knew not Joseph. Why is that important? The Egyptians knew who Joseph was. He was a vizier. And in some texts, he's called the father of the Pharaoh. Why? Because he married the Pharaoh. Because he was the Pharaoh married Joseph's daughter, so he was the Pharaoh's father-in-law. If y'all really want to get into it, during the time of Joseph, but they knew who Joseph was. He was famous for the famine, so they knew who Joseph was. The only people who would not have known who Joseph was would have been people who had no recollection of that history and had no affinity for Joseph. There arose a Pharaoh that knew not Joseph. And this is what this DNA evidence just showed us, that these Hyksos, or these people in ancient Kemet, were amalgamation of people coming in off the Nile River into these harbor cities, making their home there, staying there, and they rose up in power. This is what Kamos tells us. This is what Amos tells us in the I believe it's called the Khazarian inscription, when Amos says, "What am I going to do with this Asiatic prince, and what I'm going to do with the Nehesi?" Why is Amos, an Egyptian, saying that? What am I going to do with this Asiatic, and what I'm going to do with this Nehesi? Talking about a Negro or a Nubian. Because these are the people that were in the land, Jabari. These are the people that were in the land to Zariach. These were the rulers of that land. And so this is what I keep trying to get people to say and understand. We can't squeeze all of this type of information and have this unfettered conversation on Sanetta's platform. And shout out to Sanetta. But we can't have it we can't have these conversations in 8-minute clips, in sound bites. We have to come on and present the information. Again, shout out to the Lions Den. We have to come on and present the information and show this is undeniable DNA evidence for all you science heads out there that claim we don't deal with science and trying to tell us that no DNA evidence supports the scripture of what we're saying. Here it is. Look it up. They're showing you these glyphs of people who they're telling you who were the Hyksos. I don't see nobody with no white hair and blue. I don't even see an albino on here. And some people misconstrue that. They think because they see an albino etched on the Kemetic wall that was a white person. No, there's a black person that suffers from leprosy or albinism. They're still African. Like, I don't understand the reasoning behind a lot of these people and where they get this crap from, other than they want to do everything they can to destroy the Bible. Go ahead, Yasha.
Yeah. Karima, could you push up that information I sent you?
You want to show this in the messenger?
Yeah, what I sent you a messenger. I'm trying to look over which one I want to go at, because one of them I don't want to use. I want to go to the second long one. I'm gonna skip the first one. No, matter of fact, go to the very last one, the short one. Well, I could read all of that. Just go to the first big one. The first big one. Okay, this is an article. This is called a paper, a genetic paper. This is from the www.ncbinlm.nih.gov. Okay, these are government papers, government genetic papers. It's from the Annals of Human Genetics, author manuscript, Europe PMC founders, geographical structures of the Y chromosomal genetic landscape of the Levant, a coastal inland contrast, okay, with the people here, the geneticists are Marvat E. El Sabaya, Daniel E. Platt, and the Genographic, consortium. Okay, going down. Okay, I'm going to start at the first paragraph. It says, we have examined the male-specific phylogeography of the Levant and its surroundings by analyzing Y chromosomal haplogroup distributions using 5,874 samples from 23 different countries. The diversity within some of these haplogroups was also examined. The Levantine population showed clustering in SNP and STR analysis, which considered against a broad Middle East and North African background. Again, the Levantine population showed a clustering in SNP and STR analysis, which considered against a broad Middle East and North African background. However, we also found a coastal inland east and west pattern of diversity. That's coming from the Levant, coming from Syria, coming from Babylon, east, going into west, which is Egypt. Okay? So he's saying that they have found a coastal inland east and west pattern of diversity and frequency distribution in several haplogroups within the small region of the Levant. Since estimates of effective population sizes are similar in the two regions, this strong pattern is likely to have arisen mainly from differential migrations, which with different lineages introduced from the east. Okay, it's telling you about the Levantine. They say the Levant lies in the eastern Mediterranean region, south of the mountains of Sicilia, South Turkey, and north of the Sinai Peninsula. Basically telling you what I just told you, that it's pretty Babylon, Syria, all of the Middle East. I mean, all of the northern Middle East, all going all the way over into Israel. It says throughout human prehistory and history, this territory has been a key area due to its geographical locations linking three countries, Europe, Asia, and Africa. It was on one it was on one of the early out of Africa migration routes. Didn't I just say that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna scroll because I wanna scroll down to the second from the last paragraph in that piece. It says modern Jewish populations have a special phylogeographical status within the Levant for several reasons. Even by the Roman era, there was a significant diaspora, as attested to by Strabo, Philo, Josephus, and Cicero. The diaspora fragmented into branches with distinct and well-studied genetic signatures, such as those of the Sephardim and the Ashkenazi, and incorporated several levels of male admixture. Current Jewish populations in the Levant derive largely from a complex pattern of resettlement from multiple sources within the last 50 years and may not represent pre-diaspora distributions. So he said,
Well,
the groups
that's deep right there.
Yeah, that's real deep.
That's
the
deep
groups
right
that's
there.
been there in the last 50 years do not represent pre-diaspora genetic markers like we do. The Jewish genetics have been studied more than those of many other groups. Okay. The current, now that's key. He said the Jewish groups, our group has been studied. The Black E1B1A group has been studied more. The E groups, period, has been studied more than any other group. The current study therefore seeks to focus on a geographical genetic profile through the Levant and surrounding regions, including Egypt, amongst a relatively less well-characterized population, highlighting the product of other migratory and population processes that influence the Levantine region. Previous studies of the Levantine Y chromosomal diversity have either focused on a specific population or be limited to their sampling or genotypings. A general survey of the Levantine genetic landscape can provide significant guidance to construct and test hypotheses concerning known and unknown expansion events in the region. We have when they're talking about expansion, that means migration. We have therefore assembled a comprehensive set of 5,874 sample representatives. Here goes the key right here. Migrations and back migrations between the Levant and North Africa were evident from haplogeography of the HGE1B1B1 and its haplotype network structure. E1B1B1 shows the highest frequency in North Africa, Egypt, Morocco, and Tunisia, and drops gradually as it spills out of North Africa through the Horn of Africa and to the Levantine corridor into the Arabian Peninsula and Central Asia, and through the Straits of Gibraltar into Spain and Southern Europe. A historical event that spread the E1B1B1 to Iberia most likely occurred through the Straits of Gibraltar, culminating with the Islamic conquest of Iberia. Man, this here clearly tells you that the people of the Levant share the same DNA as the people of North Africa, and how it stretched all throughout the Levant, all down into the Arabias, all into Southern Europe. That's the E1B1. And so now this brother Mudawa gets on here talking this bullshit about ain't nobody got no genetic if I don't have any genetic evidence, then I would be the fool. Now we have governmental genetic evidence right here that validates and back up everything that I say, as well as the Egyptian hieroglyphics. When you niggas can't prove nothing, you niggas ain't got no sources, you niggas don't source up on nothing. All you do is just lie and explain away the truth and the facts that we've been bringing y'all.
Damn, Mudawa, you just got bodied. Mudawa, if you're out there listening and hiding up under your car, come on up from underneath it and bring out your sources, bro. Real talk, man. Every time you come on here, you do the same thing, and you just expect us to believe it because it's coming from you.
Yeah, and I can't, I had to do him dirty,
cut that
man,
out, man.
because he ain't got no sources, man. And he's sitting up here talking all this bullshit, bro. And I can't have that, and you ain't got no sources. If you have some sources, bro, see, we talking about decorum. Do we need to look up definition of decorum?
Yeah, we do actually.
I
They
think
like
we
to
do.
throw
Let's
that
look up
word
the
around a
definition
lot.
of decorum, because
And
these
don't know
niggas keep
what
using
it
this
means.
word, bro, and they using it all out of context.
Right. Hey, what about that other one they use? Methodology all the time. They just use that. They don't even tell us the proper way how they doing their research. Break that down real quick. Those
Okay,
two
when we
words.
get off into decorum, decorum is behavior in keeping with good taste and propriety. Good taste. Okay, behavior in keeping with good taste. Is it good taste, man, to hire to shift the burden of proof of what you say onto other people, brother? Is it decorum for you to sit up here and talk, bro, and spread lies? Is that good taste, bro? It's a lie, bro, because you intentionally doing this because you don't have no sources, bro. Source up, or how they say, source up or shut the fuck up.
At the
You
source,
ain't
they
got
say
no
source
sources,
up or
bro.
source up or shut up. That's what the source say.
Yeah, if you ain't got no sources, shut up, bro.
Over at Sarnetta, they say source up or shut the F up.
Okay, well, over here, we
Over
gonna say
here, we
source
just
up and
want you to
shut up.
bring sources. That's it.
Yeah, bring
Just
your
bring them.
sources, bro. Your sources speak louder than you, bro. You sound like Charlie Brown in comparison to me, bro.
Because if you just and it's a good decorum to say have some decorum, have some decorum, have some, that's not
Nowhere in decorum means shut the fuck up.
Right.
Honestly, you got to be careful of them sources, because Jabari
what Jabari did now.
Jabari clearly intellectually lied on his sources when he was talking about not a plow.
Yep.
He was talking about a Neolithic society.
Get him, Apostle.
Neolithic is prehistoric. I told him that night that what he was talking about had nothing to do with Egypt. This was well before Kemet.
Hey, Elder Apostle, they don't think y'all be listening. Like a lot of times, I ain't gonna lie, I be missing some of that stuff, but I ain't gonna sit here and act like I be hearing everything.
He tried to impeach Naphtali by attacking her. See, that's what they do. They attack your strong suit, and they try to belittle it. So you know they don't allow you to use the Bible because you can't prove it, right? This is what the whole thing about sources. But then when you use your sources, they question them, regardless of how authentic your sources are.
Oh, they ignore it.
Question. They told her, you didn't read your own sources, right? By coming up with Matapliah, which is a prehistory, Stone Age, hunter-gathering that didn't know nothing about Egypt. They just possessed the land before Kemet or before the Nubians came from the south up north and settled in Egypt. Because we know the Nubians were the first. We know the Nubians were the first to settle in Kemet, because they said that they came from the two mountains of the moon where the God happy dwell. That's Kilimanjaro. So the beginnings of the people that came before the Cometians, before the Egyptians, were the Nubians.
That's what Sheikh.
So also they said he did one more thing where he changed. What was it? History. What was it you were saying, Elder Yarah? And historicity. What was that? Well, you said he said one or the other. He was trying to change up
Yeah,
your
he was.
source. Go ahead
Yeah,
and
me
speak
and
on
Yasha
that.
was talking about that because he was reading. And he kept saying, a majority of historians agree. And
Now,
we like,
I want to touch on that when you're done, Yarah.
Yeah, go ahead. You might as well get into it because we're gonna say the same thing. Go ahead, get into it.
Well, when I was looking at this, man, all right, he is lying. First, he's switching the words up. First he says that most biblical historians, what do you say? Most biblical historians say pretty much agree with him.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. When he posted up his sources, the source stated most biblical histories.
Right.
Not both.
Yeah, that part right there. Say it again.
Not most biblical historians.
Yeah.
The text his source did not say both. It did not say most biblical historians. It said most biblical histories. And on that whole source, it only had 2 historians, bro. And 2 historians is nothing close to most. It's close to nobody agreeing with you, buddy.
But another point is these are guys.
Jabari, you gotta be ashamed of yourself.
He can't read either.
He can't.
These are people academically went to school, not necessarily saying, okay, not necessarily saying they believe in the Bible. Not necessarily saying they believe in the Bible, but they studied it from a scholarly point of view. But they're not saying that they are religious people or they were Christians or they were believers. I know a lot of people that took religious courses and are atheists, but they took the religious courses to disprove things that the Bible say. So you're not showing me somebody who believes in the Bible and then is saying what you're saying.
No. Please. It's getting late.
Getting off tonight.
Yeah.
Dropping that wisdom.
Man. That's it.
Apostle, you sound a little hoarse. You've been out there banging on them different platforms. I seen you on Garfield earlier.
He over there killing them.
You done ran out of voice.
Yeah. They set those lies up over there talking about. I wanted to show
what they do over there today, man. What they do?
Let me show you, man. Let me show you. Y'all remind me not to talk loud, man. My son.
Oh yeah, wake the house up. Yeah, it's late over there where you at. Yeah.
So let me share my screen here.
Okay, wait a minute. Well, put that one back up. Put that statement back up, Kareem. You said something about the KKK. Yeah,
he said my source is the KKK, but you niggas don't have no sources, none. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where they do that at, bro. But y'all will never do that.
So basically saying that you're using white scholars.
Yeah, but they ain't got no sources though. They have no sources. They lie. They have lies. They don't have.
Well, the link is in the chat. You're more than welcome to get on.
Let me say something to him. Your name is spelled in English. You're using their language, Rice, Dan, Jardine, or we wouldn't be able to read it.
Your information is friction. It's friction, sir. The fuck out of here, man. Learn how to read and write, bro, before you talk to me, boy. All right.
I'm just saying he talking about the KKK, but your name is in English.
It should be fiction, not friction.
Oh damn.
The nigga can't even read, bro.
Can't spell
neither. Say to me, he can't read or write.
No, he spelled it right.
He doing that same Jabari rope-a-dope that he tried to pull on Yarah. Niggas up there talking on live in front of the world and can't read, bro.
All right. So whose source is this we got on here on the table?
Okay. This is mine, right? This is about the canonization of the Bible. Okay, now this is a Christian source here. Bible.net, right? Bible canon. Determining the canon was a process conducted first by Jews, rabbis, this not us, and scholarship and scholars of the later by early Christians. Ultimately, thought it was God decided what books belong in the biblical canon. But of course, we know God didn't do this. They did this. To complete the canon of the Old Testament was completed until after the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD. But parts have been recognized far early as this is true and accurate statements. But look, what I want to get to is the Romans Catholics' involvement and what books went into the Bible. The killer is here. This is dealing with the Council of Nicaea and the biblical canon. The Phoenix Seminary ideas have consequences. The idea of the Council of Nicaea was 325 AD. The first canon didn't take place to 347, and Constantine died in 337. So he had nothing to do with the Codex Sinaiticus, which is a book which is I got the Codex Sinaiticus right here in my hand. So it goes on and talks about this, but here it talks about canon and what canon is, what books went into the Bible, who decided that, and this had nothing. Now listen, every book in the Bible was written by Hebrew Israelites, for Hebrew Israelites. But when it came to collecting these books, we had nothing to do with it. As far as what book goes in the Bible, we had nothing to do with it. As far as the translation, it was translated first into Greek, right? It was translated first into Greek. And Greek distorted our scriptures. I don't have to do that. All of this stuff here tells you. And then let me stop sharing here. Let me show you about the Codex Sinaiticus. Okay, let me move my camera here. Okay, this is the Codex Sinaiticus. It was written before any Bible. If this didn't take place, the Bible wouldn't have taken place. Okay, this was written 1,600 years ago. It includes the New Testament, parts of the New Testament, and parts of the Old Testament. But look what it says, talking about this book. This work has been selected by scholars as being culturally important and is a part of the knowledge base of civilization as we know it. The work was reproduced from the original artifacts and remains as true to the original work as possible. What does that mean, Elder Yarah? It remains true as close as possible. What does that mean? Y'all hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay, hold on. Before you answer, we got the Mighty Hebrew in the building. Go ahead and introduce yourself real quick. I'll tell everybody where they can find you. Since I did wake you up. I forgot it was 6 in the morning over there. I apologize, family. Mighty Hebrew, you there? I guess not. He ain't ready yet. Go ahead. But did y'all hear Apostle question? Yarah, did you hear it?
Shalom, shalom.
Oh, there we go.
Shalom to
All
the
right.
family.
Hold up, Apostle.
Shalom, Maki.
Shalom, shalom to the family. How y'all feeling?
Man, we
Almighty Hebrew.
Yeah, we
Amen.
we got some problem with Jabari. We got some problem with Jabari.
Shalom, King.
Yeah, shalom.
From where
we over here baking that boy.
Video.
So what'd you think about it?
I watched the video of him and Yarah. Yarah bodied him by using the the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at. Some say 147 or 157 negative confessions of Ma'at to prove the existence of Moses and how Moses was in his right, because one of the premises that Elder Yarah was using was he learned all the wisdom from the Egyptians. So in that retrospect, he was in his duty to do what he had to do when he killed that Egyptian. And Elder Yarah's stands, that will also be an acronym for those pre-Assyrians that had us in captivity, from where Elder Yarah pointed out to him not once, not twice, but several times. I think that was a very powerful argument what he did, and I just think that Jabari, he couldn't keep up with that. You know what I'm saying? And then he would throw out little bull crap like, show us the article, show us the article. No, come on, man, you playing a lot of games. You know what I mean? It's the same thing he did with Naphtali, the same thing he did with Elder Yarah. But Elder Yarah, he know that he bodied them. It wasn't even a good debate because he lost. He lost. You know what I mean? Elder Yarah destroyed him. Yeah,
It wasn't
he
it wasn't a
destroyed.
close debate, so it wasn't good. But it was
No, I don't even think the audience really understood what Yarah did. You know what I'm saying?
They don't know.
When he used their own beliefs against them. You know what I'm saying? That right there was like, that was very, very intelligent. You know what I mean? It was brilliant. And that was the point, you know what I'm saying? Because their whole objective is, oh, this is a festival of the destruction of African people. But then when he showed how, you know, it was mass genocide within the suit, when he wanted all the male Hebrew boys murdered, you know, and there was, you know, constant beatings amongst these Cometians, or these said Cometians, against the Hebrews, and Moshe seen the wickedness going on, and he, you know, wanted balance on Ma'at to take place. So since the balance wasn't there, you know what I mean, he made it happen by putting somebody to death for wrongfully beating on a Hebrew. I mean, it was so much that he showed. He was well more prepared. Even when you look at the PowerPoint presentation, he was very much prepared. Even Sarnetta had to give him 2-3 bombs when he first came. I mean, he was just more prepared.
The first 5 minutes, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, he was way more prepared. But yeah, I'm gonna fall back and continue to listen, and I chime in later as y'all build, and I come back and forth. I think Elder Apostle was breaking down some stuff.
Reiterate your question, Apostle.
I'm gonna read it again. It says the work was reproduced from the original artifacts. Okay, talking about the original writings, the scrolls that were found. Therefore, and remains as true to the original work as possible. Now, does that mean that it is exactly right? The best. It's not saying it's exact, but the best they can do. The Codex Sinaiticus, when you read this book, it gets into a lot of things about the New Testament, how complete paragraphs were added that were not originally legible. I heard Commission talk about that as far as the Methodological. How can they decipher something and you can't even really tell what's being written because it's not complete? You got missing fragments. In those fragments, you got missing stuff, and they just added in the blanks like they know what goes there.
Fire.
See, and so they did the same thing. These people added stuff. They added stuff. Even with our language, they distorted our language and corrupted it.
Right. Yeah.
So, you know, we can't take everything
watch audio though. Watch audio, but keep going.
Say what?
Watch the audio, but keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, yeah. No, I was just saying that I'm trying to talk low because my family is sleeping.
Yeah.
But this book has opened my eyes to a lot of stuff, man. You know, canonization was first attempted by the Greeks and those Ashkenazi Jews. That's who did this mess, man. We had nothing to do with
hold on,
this.
brother. Pause. Let me ask you. I thought it was like councils of Nicaeas that took books out and you know added them and took them out and added them. They voted for
Man,
this.
the Bible
That's
was
hold on, guys.
the Bible was canonized at the Conference of Hippo in Carthage, North Africa, bro.
Right. So,
Right.
but what did the apostle just say? Apostle said something different.
It started in 347. The Council of Nicaea was in 326. What the Council of Nicaea did was change the Sabbath law to Sunday. The Council of Nicaea represented Christ as a deity figure, a God figure. Constantine the Great did that. But the Codex, it wasn't completed. It was started in 347, but it wasn't completed until 4 something. And there's been 3 codexes. The early Ashkenazi Jews with the Greeks and the Catholics when they got the Vulgate Bible, and then the Protestants in the Protestant Reformation. They had a separate codex. Okay, so in 1611, King James came along, understand the Apocrypha was included. But 3 years later, the Apocrypha got removed.
Right.
You see?
So why were they adding and taking away? What was that all about?
Listen,
just opinions, right?
The book, the book of Revelation was one of the last books to make it in, and it didn't make it in for a long time. The Songs of Solomon was thought to be a love affair between Solomon and a woman. They didn't see that it was a love affair between Israel and the Most High.
Damn.
Or Christ and the body.
Right.
Yeah. See, they didn't see that. The book of Philemon, they thought the book of Philemon was a personal letter that Paul wrote to Philemon, the pastor in Ephesus, about Onesimus, who was a slave. So they didn't understand.
So they had a bunch of different. Who was they? Tell the people who was they.
First,
I'm talking about like who was making the decision.
The Greeks, the Jews at that time, and then after that, the Roman Catholics.
So was there any people that looked like you and I that helped make the decision? Or are you saying it's all like Europeans?
Well, most of them were Europeans. They say like Jerome. I don't know. Somebody said Jerome was an African. I know.
I heard it was some Africans.
Right.
Yeah,
there were some, but it was basically dominated.
Yeah, like
it was
Arius,
basically dominated. Yeah, there was basically dominated. You know, in terms of the Protestant Reformation, and the Romans. So that was all white.
Yeah, they were ran off. They were ran off.
Yeah,
and most of them fled down into what they call Rus or Russia.
People wasn't allowed to own a Bible. During the Catholics' Vulgate, that Bible was on the pulpit. It didn't leave the church. People didn't have individual Bibles.
Right.
That didn't happen until after the Reformation. The 1500s, 1600s.
What's that, like Martin Luther King, Martin Luther?
Yeah. And his Bible was written in German.
Yep. That's
so with all that being said, do you think they changed some things? Are we missing? Do you think we got enough truth?
Yeah. But what we got is the Holy Spirit, who is our true teacher.
There you go.
And we got to rely on that Holy Spirit. The Bible says it's our true teacher. It's the one that will lead you into all truth. God's word will not turn to him void. I don't care who try to stop it. His word is going to reach his appointed context. It's spirit, man.
Yeah.
His word is spirit. On that one.
Now, Yasha, did you have anything else? Anything else you want to point out about the information?
Yeah, you asked me to tap in onto that methodology.
Yeah, go ahead. Because they always throw that out there. So,
I got a 3-minute video that I recorded this morning,
okay,
and I just sent it to Karima. She can just play it.
all right, let's get it.
Yeah.
Y'all got to just stop throwing that word out. They do that just because they can't answer the question. You know what I mean? It's a distraction. Yeah, well, I don't think he's using the proper methodology to even come to that conclusion.
Yeah,
Man,
before
you ain't qualified to say that, bro.
and before she played the video,
You breaking up, family.
you know, when
Oh, there you
when you looking at research methods, you know, you got research methods, you know, in sociology, psychology, social sciences, education. You got research methods for dissertations and theses. You know what I'm saying? You have a qualitative research methods, quantitative research methods, primary research methods, and the ARCS research methods. Man, what method is you talking about, bro?
Right, they just throw it out there.
Yeah, y'all just.
Did you send it to my other account?
Okay. What I do with my thing?
Yeah, they just be throwing that out there, man, because they can't answer your question, or
And
you
not
know what I'm saying?
and not only that, it also shows the fulfillment of Daniel's prophecy that the Euro Gentile will have a time and a time and a half a time they rule. And in that retrospect, they would use our own people to enforce their social institutional behaviors, or so-called higher learning, to try to destroy the rising of the children of Israel. But it's not going to happen, because after all the philosophizing, at the end of the day, they have no redemption plan. See, this is the thing that we have to show and prove to the people. While y'all arguing and philosophizing about Kemet, which Jabari clearly showed and proved when he got destroyed by Naphtali, when Sister Naphtali showed the Indus Valley going back 8,000 BCE in the Indian times.
Hey, Mighty Hebrew, name that book again. Name that book. The Hindus came to Americas.
When India once ruled the Americas by Glenn D. Matlock.
I know that's off the subject, but
yeah. But I was just saying, like, they're using institutions of higher learning from the enemy. Like, you're going to the enemy to use, to try to use and destroy us. It's the same thing when Chris or KRS-One came out with the song Black Cop, when he said 30 years ago there were no black cops. You couldn't even drive around the block. Recently, police came back, black cop, meaning that the European, or you're a Gentile, he don't even have to be physically there to be there. And when you look at Jabari, the way he presents himself and how he gives information, it's a lineal
Garfield
understanding.
These are three men who love.
Somebody said something about, somebody said something about the pseudo Garfield Reed.
Check this
Somebody
out
said
here.
something about that, the pseudo Garfield Reed.
Yeah. You sure heard him tonight.
We talked to Garfield today. We talked to him earlier today, man. He said he was gonna come on here, but I think he was doing the show.
Yeah, why that to the beginning right there? It's only like 3 minutes.
All right, go ahead, family. And whoa. Before you start, with Mighty Hebrew was still speaking though.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mighty
No,
Hebrew.
I was just all I was saying was
he heard me speak on Garfield on this clip.
Okay.
No, I was just you can go ahead and play it. I was just saying, all I was saying is it's easy to destroy them because he talking Kemet, but I thought they was a circular people, but his understanding is lineal and base. You can't use a lineal methodology to talk about a people that view their historical narrative circularly. It makes no sense.
That's
it makes no sense at all.
Right there, man. Hey,
that's beyond the body bag.
Jabari, did you hear what he just said?
Yeah, that's a buddy bag.
If you watching or Sonetta, you peeking around, go back and tell him what Mighty Hebrew just said. He was in the audience earlier talking about we over here lying. He said, is there any honest Hebrew in the house that really He said Elder Yarah got beat up or whatever he said. See, that's how you know, son. You just biased, bro.
But see, that whole
This,
that's it. But if we look at the whole that their whole base is biased. First of all,
right.
if you create a platform for 15 years originally to bring all these groups together, but then you turn around and you exile the Hebrews because you felt upset when people like myself, Nazi Yashavel, Zion
Giving no
Lex,
trial.
Divine Prospect, many of us destroyed from SETI, Natural Tahuti, all they different Kemetic scholars that they tried to use, they destroyed. We destroyed them. So what did they do? They had to create a stigma about Israel, and what they did was they used the One West camps from like GOCC, GMS, stuff like that, to make all Israel under one blanket, and they would try to pick out the weakest scholars, or what they felt as though the weakest scholars, to make Israel look bad. And what they did was they caused the watcher audience to be against Israel. So it don't matter how many times Israel come over there. Yeah, go ahead.
That's why I didn't last long at all over there. They trying to pick out the weakest guys, bro.
Right. You see, you was over there only for a couple of weeks, and that was it.
That's it, Doc. Oh yeah, he look at me like, we gotta get your ass up off of here.
Well, let's go ahead and play the video then. Let's get to that. Now what we watch here?
I want to show y'all how to
4 steps. Okay, go ahead.
Write a research methodology in 4 steps. Okay, this is nothing hard to do. Hey, check it out, people. I want to show y'all how to write a research methodology in 4 steps.
Or to critique one.
Okay, this is nothing hard to do. And I want to give you this information to debunk guys, so you could debunk easily guys like Christopher MVP Harris, guys like Yeshub, the scholastic dummy, AK Bully, and Garfield Reed. These are 3 men who love to throw this word out called methodology. Okay? And the sad part about it is these Negroes don't have no methodology. They just throw these words out there so they could try to attempt to cash in on the equity of the debate. All right? That's what these boys are doing. So, all a research methodology is the method in which you do your research. It is that you be aware of the type of research that you're doing, how you collect your data, how you analyze your data, and any of the tools or materials you used in the research. Your rationale for choosing these methods. That's 5. The first 4 are the most important. So when these Negroes come to you talking about methodology, ask them what type of research did they do in their methodology. If they're trying to debunk you and they're claiming that they got methodology, ask them what type of research have they did in debunking you. And they ain't do no research, okay? We didn't ask you, we said what type of research. There's types of research. What types of research have you done, okay? And how did you collect your data? The information that you are using to debunk me, how did you collect that? Okay?
Did you just
and then once you collect it, how did you analyze this data?
Or did you get
You see what I'm saying?
Shit?
And just those 3 questions alone, we can see that you Negroes don't have no goddamn methodology. You guys need to stop lying and stop trying to grandstand in front of the people, because people like me see through you clown Negroes.
I see
all right?
them too.
If these niggas can't tell you what type of research they doing, how they collected their data,
how they analyzed their data,
how they analyzed their data, and what was the tools or materials they used in the research. Okay, then they don't have no goddamn methodology. They're lying to the people, and you people need to unfriend these people. You know, you need to block these people, and you need to unsubscribe to these people, because these people are doing nothing but entertaining you. And if you want to be taught and you want to be led and you're looking for scholarly information, then that's not the fucking place to be. Leave them scrubs alone.
Exactly.
You heard what he just said about the methodology, and that was my whole argument with Garfield a couple of weeks ago. How are you going to use the same methodology of those that enslaved and saved us? This is why I created the methodology, Hebrew cosmogenesis and Hebrew anthropogenesis. It's like a scientist hypothetic. You have a scientist on one side. Right. You got a scientist.
Hold up, y'all.
Like he using it.
No, Marty, he was explaining his methodology.
Right. If that, picture it like this. This is what's going on. Picture it like this. You have a scientist on one side, and then you have one that studies science on another side. The scientist, he's looking for a cure for cancer, and he finds this special exotic plant in Japan that can cure cancer. He does laboratory experimentation. He uses his scientific methodology that he created through experimentation. It could have started with animals and then later on humans. He get a cure. He wins a Nobel Peace Prize. But this other guy on the other side, he's not a scientist. He reads information about, scientific methods and things like that. Yeah. So now this dickhead, excuse me for my language, this fool wants to challenge the scientists that actually has a methodology, puts in the footwork, and does what he has to do. This is what they're doing on the other side. Over here, we, the children of Israel, we have a methodology called Hebrew cosmogenesis and Hebrew anthropogenesis. It's been accredited by the way of the Mighty Hebrew University, right? And we have a methodology. And when I say we, I'm talking about all of us over here, because we all Israel, and anybody can use the methodology that was developed by me. They don't have any methodology. They talk about the children of Israel not existing, but we're on ground, Garfield. We're on ground, Jabari. We on ground, Sinetta, with these Israelite tribes over here saying that they Israel. You're parrot chirping, regurgitating from European pseudo-scientists and scholars that's trying to discredit Black people from being Israel. We want to see your ground footwork methodology versus, the footwork of other people. That's what they're doing. So they're checkmate from the rip, because they're not even creating their own methodology to challenge the academia norm or the Western academia norm. They just fell suit, just like that sellout W.E.B. Du Bois, because that's where they're getting their information from. That's where they started the information from. But we're going to end it by saying, where's your methodology at? Right. Elder Yasha put it out there, the methods of Western methodology. And these guys are just using the slave masters, institutions of so-called higher learning to destroy us. That doesn't even make sense. These guys really are counter-revolutionists. Let's just call it out for what it is. These guys are counter-revolutionists, and they sellouts, because a person that really know the revolution and know what's going on, know that they have to have institutions of higher learning to destroy another people. And they're using the institutions of higher learning from European scholars to do what they have to do to try to destroy us. And that's as simple as that. And one more thing, Jabari, stop lying. You know Champollion, you know Petrie, you know James Henry Breslin, you know that's your granddaddies. Stop playing like you don't know what Sister Neftali, not Sister Neftali, the oracle was asking you. Stop playing these games. You know that modern day Kemetic Egyptology is nothing but New Age Hinduism and Christianity mixed up. As Quasi, All y'all going over there to Egypt talking about y'all being baptized and being initiated. It's goddamn Christianity and Hinduism. Stop playing games with us. Like we don't know what's going on. You constantly get body bag. Then you lie and say that people ain't showing you no type of, source it up. So when we come over there and source it up, you don't even accept the sources that we
They don't
get.
even accept it. Right.
Like,
It's disingenuous.
what are you talking about? They being
That's why it's a
disingenuous
waste of
every time
time.
apostle
It's a
come
waste of
over
time.
there. One more thing, I'm done. Every time
Keep
our
going,
elder
keep
come
going,
over
keep
there,
going, keep
apostle come over there, you disrespect our elders. You disrespect our elders. I checkmated y'all when we came over there, 2 to 3 witnesses. I gave you Dr. John Henry Clark. I gave you Sheikh Auntie Diab. I gave you Dr. Ben. I gave you Jacob Correttas. I gave you Asako Musha Barasinko. I gave you so many of your Afrocentric scholars that said, even James Smalls, Professor James Smalls, they all said that the Hebrews was black. You damn Negroes come around and say, oh, the Hebrews is white. And Chris Harris, I seen your corny ass page. You know what I mean? Your YouTube page. Stop tagging my name. How you going? Yeah, he going to tag me and he put me and somebody there. I think I forgot who it was. FOPE in the Mighty Hebrew, right? But you don't mention me at all in there. But you talking about the scholarship. Yeah, you trying to get views. Don't tag my name in something. If you want to talk about me, talk about me. You do not have the capability to fuck with me. I'm telling you right now, I got 31 years of work and real footwork while you sitting on your ass talking about you a damn African. And I'm sad to say this, and don't take this personal, y'all. But why is it right? Why is it that it's always a mixed hybrid that always try to be more African than everybody else? Why is it it's always those, man, fuck that. Why is it that it's always those, and I'm not coming at my light-skinned brothers. I'm not. Because there's a difference from being light-skinned versus being mixed. You could tell a light-skinned person that got you. When you look at Elder Yasha, you can tell both his parents is black. When you look at Chris Harris, people like that, you can tell they are mixed heritage. Why is it that it's always people of mixed heritage that try to make it seem like they more African than everybody else?
Hey, he looked like that nigga. Why is that? He looked like that Chinese boy from the Two Live Crew.
Yeah, he do.
Right. He do look like him. The one that just passed away from Two Live Crew. He do look just like him. But am I lying? Yeah. Am I lying, Elder Apostle? Am I lying, Elder Yarah? Am I lying, Elder Yasha? Why is it that it's always those that of a mixed Mamzar heritage that always try to say, oh, we Egyptian, oh, we more African? It's always them.
No. He don't even. But when you hit him with, okay, so you came in now, huh? No, I'm not. I'm just a truth seeker. I'm an American patriot. He told me
and I ain't being funny. Why they all sound feminine? Why y'all sound feminine? Let me tell y'all why y'all sound feminine as hell. Y'all sound feminine as hell. Y'all sound, man, the hell with them. They coming up against our power. They've been disrespecting us. They've been coming up against our elders. They've been trying to destroy. They're trying to literally destroy. Y'all, do y'all understand what they're doing? They're literally trying to destroy us. They are working for the enemy to try to destroy us. Why y'all sound feminine as fuck? Why all y'all Shaka Akmos, Jabari, Chris Harris, all y'all motherfuckers, why y'all sound feminine as hell? Why when y'all get into that Kemetic school of thought, y'all sound like y'all gay, man? And then as much as, no disrespect, Sinetta, but why did you say live openly that you don't have no problem with the alphabet community? Fuck the alphabet community, because they the same community that is destroying the minds of our children. I have a major problem with the alphabet community. LBGT, whatever you want to call yourself. You said live on your show.
I got a problem with it too, man. Because it's tearing down the family structure. If we ain't got a right, we got a right to say we don't agree with the shit. Why we got to hide our lip? The hell wrong with y'all?
If we can,
so that's all I wanted to say. Hallelujah.
And that ain't attacking no LGBTQPIA. They got an IA on there, y'all. It's LGBTQP IA. What the hell is INA?
Oh my gosh, they just keep changing their name. They might as well just call themselves A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P. They might as well just.
Come on, man.
All I'm saying.
Why was I just thinking that?
All I'm saying is we got to deal with the pinnacle of seriousness of this. I'm not saying that they're actually agents in the sense of knowing, but I do believe within the Black conscious community, there are literal knowing agents and covert agents that work for the U.S. government to destroy us without them even knowing, based upon the methodology that they believe in. It causes them to want to go up against Israel. That's how we know the scripture is the truth, because the same Nasu, the same Pharaoh in the book of Shemot, Exodus, that said, come, let us deal with them wisely and destroy their firstborn. And Israel as a nation is also the firstborn. So if you got that side trying to destroy the firstborn, see, the Most High, it's like Apostle said, you'll be able to tell they fruit by the Ruach Kwadash. And the Ruach Kwadash is revealing that that story is true, because they are on the other side playing as the Nasu to destroy the Israelites who's in the process of exodus, making the exodus from modern day Egypt. It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
And Sinai's platform is structured to tear us down. This is why I told any Israelite to go over there and you go in there to decipher information. Don't go over there to drink Kool-Aid and read comic books. This ain't all them goddamn smiles. Now you go over there to get, I go over there to war. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
I
didn't go over there to be. I didn't come over here to be your friend, because I know you over there disrespecting the Most High. Yeah, I got a chip on my shoulder when I come over there. I ain't come over there smiling ear to ear just because I'm on Sinai platform. We got other platforms. We got our own platform. That ain't why I'm over there.
Right.
See, and a lot of people get their ass over there, and a lot of people get their ass over there and they forget what they're over there for. I'm just gonna keep it 7,000.
And then you gotta look. I mean, the disrespect is high to the point that they put people personal business out there. They put their wives, their children, telling their mothers to suck their privates, disrespect our elders. You got to really look. The elders that can't be, you never seen, even though it might have been a disagreement with our elders from time to time, with their elders, but it never was like an open thing, and they still had a mutual respect for each other. You never would hear Dr. Khalid Muhammad disrespect the late Ben Ami or Prince Asa. You would never see nothing like that. So if that be the case, why are they doing this? Why are they doing? Dr. Khalid Muhammad loved us. What you say about Tazaria?
Tazaria, if you the home of the truth, I'm just gonna ask. I mean, and you see them over there trying to tear down the word of God, the Bible, and you worried about selling Bath and Body Works 20% off.
Like,
you ain't even no warrior, bro.
Listen,
you
that's
over
our
there for
Hebrew brother.
You over there for play, bro.
Hebrew brother. That's our Hebrew brother. But at the end of the day, he over there with them, man. He not with us,
bro. He'll throw us under the bus to be over there to sell Bath and Body Works. I'm just gonna keep it 7,000, bro. I ain't gotta bite my tongue.
Right, absolutely. That's why I said what I said. And I had a conversation a long time ago, a private conversation, long time ago with Tazaria. We used to be close. We had our little fallout. I'm not gonna go there on that. But what I'm saying is, I told him, I was the one that was schooling him how to destroy these Cometians. I gave him a 4, which I never got back, a 4 CD of Zaquin El Natan by Adam from the Beit Hetzabat, who body like this is to me is the greatest scholar when it comes to destroying Kemet. And I let Tazaria borrow them 4 CDs, and I ain't never get them back. That's cool. But what I'm saying is, for the brother, if you see, you supposed to be Captain Tazaria like Moses. When Moses seen the Egyptians that Egyptian oppressing the Hebrew, what did Moses do? Did he side with the Egyptian, or did he murk and put a body bag? Like that's what y'all say, body bag. Ain't that what Cross the Line say?
Man, they
You
ain't
body
bagging
bag, he
nobody,
body
man.
bagged them and hid him in the sand. Why you not doing that over there? Why are you even over there? It's no
well,
reason to even being over there like that. And the
yeah,
only
he'll
reason
come at
why
us
I was
more, Black Mighty. He rather come at us because that's part of the deal. You come over here, you sell your bath and body works and your butter oils, but you got to come at us.
And let me make it clear, because somebody tries to say, well, you was just on there 2 weeks ago. No. I thought that was FOPE's platform because I got on there through FOPE. I didn't know they were doing 2 lives on 2 different shows at the same time. It's still staying with me. I'm never going on that platform over there, disrespect my eShop. And I'm saying the only reason why I was on that platform because I came in by the way of FOPE.
You was on their channel. They live.
Yeah, I
they
was on
They was on FOP.
Yeah, they live streamed it on too,
But
and I
let me
didn't know.
say one thing real quick. And then you got up there, Tazar, you had the nerve to get up there and say y'all the home of the truth, and y'all love our black women, and y'all don't disrespect our black women. Then I'm sitting up here, I'm saying, okay, now I know Nepal or Natalia are gonna jump on this. I know they didn't jump on it because for the simple fact, maybe they didn't know, but I kept typing it in the chat. I said, Mom, man, they got a general, they got a class. They taught a general. So yeah, call your woman a bitch. Call her a bitch. Say it in front of the kids. And they was teaching
I
their
seen
men.
that.
They were teaching.
Y'all seen
That's
that.
right. So you sat there and lied in front of the whole people, Tazaria. You lied, bro. And
Just like
Nepal, I think you knew about that video. I think you knew, but y'all made a little agreement in the back that we just gonna have a discussion. We can't disagree with each other because Nepal came up there and said, "This is how I knew this shit was scripted last night." Because Nepal came up there and said, "Yeah, the Mother Earth was first." I said, "Oh wow!" I said, "I know Tazariak ain't gonna let her get away with that one," and he did. He avoided the whole goddamn question. Next thing you know, he's selling bath and body butters. You know,
and
he
that
just
and
said.
them beliefs that they believe in is going back to fertility goddess worship, which was not the first. That was not the first system.
Right.
See, that's what I'm trying to say. When this how we know that the men are the leaders, because when a woman lies with a man, 9 times out of 10, she's going to do what that man do. If that man's a Buddhist, she's going to be a Buddhist. If that man's an atheist, she's going to be an atheist. Whatever that man institution is, that's what she's going to gravitate to. And since her counter or her ish, man, husband, however they look at each other, is dealing with Kemet, notice how she's incorporating the Kemetic school of thought, certain methods of school of thought with the scripture. But doesn't Exodus chapter 11 verse 7 say that the Most High make a difference from us versus them? We don't have to add nor take away from Yah's law, statutes, and commandments. And then y'all lie and say, well, the Bible is a plagiaristic collection of Kemetic writing. So why is it that they don't have nothing similar to us? When the Pesach HaKak Matzah come in, they don't have that. They don't have Shavuot. They don't have Yom Teruah. They don't have Yom Kippur. They don't have Sukkot. They don't have nothing. They don't wear no tzitzits, no fringes. They don't do the Shabbat. They don't do the new moon. They don't do nothing that's like us, but they say that we plagiarize from them. If there's plagiarization, there should be similarities in the Black conscious community and the Hebrew Israelites, and it's no type of similarities. It's now time to destroy them by the way of social behavior. That's challenge our social behavior versus y'all social behavior. Y'all say we stole from y'all, but why y'all don't have no cultural similarities as us? But you claim that we stole from us. And then you always talk about we Canaanites.
Let him get it in.
Yes, Elder. No, Elder. The Elder was saying something. Go ahead, Elder.
No, I just wanted to say we ain't got no deities with their penises erect and pointed at their faces and mouths. None of that kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
We ain't got none of that. But the Most High, because we don't make no images of the Most High. Oh, you just like you see what happened? How I did Tahuti. Tahuti don't even want to debate no more. You see what I did to that man? Oh, you making images. No, we don't supposed to make images of the Most High. You got Ned. Look, this Gab dropping semen in his mouth. Now you would talk about pornography. Imagine you showing a child a porno book. That would be wrong, right?
Mighty Hebrew. And y'all put the kids to bed. We're getting ready to talk about Kemet. So put the kids to bed. It's gonna be some nasty stuff. All right, go ahead. That's what we close. Go ahead, Mighty Hebrew.
No, I'm gonna be nice. You have Gab that's supposed to be this masculine deity that drops water. We're going to use water as the code word. Water in his mouth to give birth to life. Now, polite. I'm coming at all y'all. When I debated you, embodied you, and you talked about the black woman is God and used the neutered noun. That's what you say. God, you using the neutered noun for God to justify that the black woman is God. But I thought when you neuter a dog is, when a dog is neutered, it's a male dog that you cut off the balls, right? And now you neutered the dog. So if the black woman is a neutered now God, what he's saying is the black woman is a spiritual, sexual transgender. That's what you're saying. Do y'all hear what I'm saying? Yep. If you're saying that the black woman is God versus goddess, and you using the neutered now to justify, and how stupid can you be when there is no unisex in Shemitic thought? With pertaineth to a man, pertaineth to a man, with pertaineth to a female, pertaineth to a female. How are you going to ask us Hebrews about the creator when our thought is Shemitic in base? Verse over in the Western Hemisphere, language isn't like that. That's why we call English a bastard language. And then you try to act like that you don't know what nobody is talking about when information. You try to make Apostle look crazy. You try to make JJ look crazy. Everybody that come on there, you try to make look crazy. But I put that challenge up there once again. I want to challenge the accomplishments of the black conscious community versus the Hebrew Israelite community. I don't care if you Torah only, Messianic. Hebrew Israelites are all over the world. You got IUIC, GOCC. Man, you got the Kingdom of Yah, Shema Yisrael, Kifraim, even GMS. I met GMS members in Tanzania. Come on, man. Israel is everywhere. But when it comes to y'all, you come over here and say, oh, you know anything about Kemet? They're going to be like, huh? They don't know nothing about no goddamn Kemet over here, man. I'm telling y'all on Yahweh, they don't know nothing about no Kemet, man. Nothing. The only thing is you got to go to certain parts of Africa, and the only ones that know is those from the Western Hemisphere that's bringing it over there to Africa. The Bija tribes are your true Kamishians, and they don't even know nothing about Kemet. That's my whole point. With their deal, that is a new age thought. That's not classical Egypt they're talking about. That is something that they reconstructed. Jabari even admitted it when he went up against Naphtali and them, that the Kemetic understanding is a reconstruction. And not only that, we can challenge them based on in the Nile Valley civilization, everybody didn't even agree with the same thing. And a matter of fact, do they even know that there are different types? What about them different types of 42 negative confessions of my eye? They don't want to tell us that there's different belief systems within the Kemetic paradigm. There was never no Unitarian thought. Challenge them on that. Prove to us that the Nile Valley civilization, 4,200 mile, that they all had a Unitarian thought. There was never in existence in Kemet, there was a Unitarian thought. They all had, it all depended on what tribe in Egypt you was from. They had different paradigms. They had different pantheons. And they had different beliefs. They didn't believe in the same, and they dialect.
So them hieroglyphs, look, they were scratching each other's stuff out, trying to change, get rid of one person.
Oh, yeah.
So how the heck you niggas don't know what the hell y'all reading? Y'all don't know what y'all reading.
Why y'all want us to believe in Kemet when they chiseled out the history of Hatshepsut. They chiseled out the history of Akhenaten. Anybody that they felt as though they didn't believe and they wanted to change the scope of history, they chiseled them out of history. So if they chiseled them out of history, then we can't prove what anything they're saying is true. Right. We have the lion scribe in black and white right on the walls of Kemet, chiseling out the history of queens and kings. Am I lying, y'all? Did they not do this? So how is it that we can go by the Kemetic artifacts? My argument to them is prove that you speak in what you call metaneta. You can't prove that. I'm going to tell you what y'all speaking. Y'all are speaking a form of Nuwabic that was created by Dr. Malachi Z. York, because majority of you Kemetic scholars over there are ex-Nuwabian members. The Amara Squad, y'all ex-Nuwabian members. All y'all, Aunt West is an ex-Nuwabian member. Asar Imhotep, all of them over there that claim Wuja, all of them are ex-Nu. Am I lying, JJ? They all ex-Nuwabian members. Bro. They ex-Nuwabian members. What? Prove to me that what you speak, Jonathan Owens, what's his name? Commission Adapt, Commission Adapt Body Team, Commission Adapt Body Team. He showed this man.
Mighty Hebrew, you forgot one, Tahuti.
Oh yeah, and Tahuti. All of them dudes, that's what I'm saying. They all, and this is not attacking them personally. I'm attacking y'all scholarship. Prove to me Baba Hayru, all of them guys is ex-Nuwabian members. So my thing, Infadizi, all of them. So my thing is this. My thing, all of them are influenced by Dr. York. So my thing is this.
That's why Kansu fights so hard. Kansu know all them boys is his people.
My whole thing is
Chuck Morgan. Chuck Morgan was one too, wasn't he?
All of them cat. My whole thing is they cannot prove that they speak in Comitian.
No, they can't.
They cannot prove it. Now with the Hebrew, even though when they call it a dead language because you tried Jabari to play a game and you're going to sit up here and talk about Elder Yarah, but did you not cut and paste on the Ancient Hebrew Research Center, which was founded by Jeff Benner, by the way, not the other dude that you tried to put out there. The other dude you put out there, he was actually against which you said. You read a little paragraph to try to justify Hebrew being the dead language. Let me tell you what they mean by when they say Hebrew is a dead language.
Y'all over there. Y'all think
Hebrew is a dead language based on it's only a select group of people that upheld the Hebrew language, and it wasn't the commoners upholding it no more. But the base of the Hebrew language we still had. That's why it was easy for us to reconstruct it. But when it came to Comitian or whatever you're talking about, there was nothing there. There was nothing there. What y'all did was y'all took Masonic initiated language called the Zenzar, and what y'all did was y'all used the Rosetta Stone and that Zenzar to crack. Y'all didn't use y'all methodology like y'all said to crack the code. Y'all used the symbolic language of Zenzar to crack that code. And then you sit up here and you lie and make it seem as though that, oh, Champollion and them didn't have anything to influence the culture of Kemet. For them to decipher hieroglyphics, wouldn't they have to know the culture behind these people? You can't separate people's language and their culture. You just didn't want to admit to Naphtali that your granddaddy was a goddamn cracker. That's the problem with y'all. Y'all want to make it seem like, oh, y'all converts, and then you try to be smart. What's his name, Brother Reggie? You come in with modern day Hebrew. Did you do a Dean Brit? You think we don't know Hebrew, bro? And then you used it wrong and try to make it seem.
A good Reggie voice. Somebody
did you see that shit, Zah playing?
Hold on, Mighty Hebrew. Get it, Terry.
They ain't tried none of
He
that.
don't even know that.
They did not try none.
Listen,
they know better.
He used it wrong. He tried to make it seem like yeah, this is talking about the culture of the people. No, what you want to talk about is circumcision, brother. You don't even know Hebrew. You sitting up here speaking and you use the word wrong, trying to come at Naphtali, Sister Naphtali, and Elder Quanaf as if you was using it right. You don't even know the difference from Hebrew Israelite paradigm versus Judaism. We're not Jewish. Yeah, you're not Jewish. Right.
Say that again.
We're not Jewish. We're not
to belittle you because
Jewish.
he went to Cornell. So he tried to use that to belittle you, even though he don't even know what the hell he talking about.
Right. You're converts.
Though I bet you he ain't majoring.
We're converts, but you don't know who you are. We converts, but you don't know who you are. Did you hear how he stuttered when the elder asked, well, who are you? And he said, are you African? He said, I'm of African descent. Because you know, Negro, that the true Africans is the Shemitic tribe south of Carthage, the people of Afar. You know that. How you using this your Gentile word to call everybody African when we know that the root word for Africa is Afar, which is really a Shemitic word talking about a Pacific Shemitic tribe. So you still bumping your head, you still bumping your head, proving that, yeah. So what are you talking about? Cain, elder. So they using the word African wrong. You know what I'm saying? So get out of here. The concept of African today that you have is defining a trophy of conquest. You run around here breaking the 39th negative confession of Ma'at. You like going to museums, Reggie, to show your ancestors you claim are your ancestors, which you know for a fact that your DNA don't even trace back. We Bantu speaking Hebrews, man. They're not them Cometians are not Bantu. And then don't try to use Ramses 3 that they found the E1B1A, because Ramses 3's patrilineal side was Shemitic. You always show y'all know y'all E1, you know your E1B1B. Stop playing these games thinking that we don't know the history of our people. You claim to follow Ma'at, but you do museum tours showing the dead bodies of your so-called ancestors. Don't the 39th negative confession tell you don't desecrate the bodies of your ancestors? But you up here cheesing it with mummies to try to prove, oh, we got this body, we got that. Don't the Most High tell us don't worship the dead? We can't even go inside the pyramids because of dead bodies. We would have to be cleaned by the Levitical priest on the 3rd day and the 7th day. That's how you know our culture didn't come from them, because they glorify the dead. Everything about them is glorifying dead mummies, dead sarcophaguses, fucked in the soup. I don't care who they are. You think I care because they were African? They try to destroy us. All them firstborn needed to be put in the tombstone. Man, they try to destroy our people when we was in Kemet. What are you talking about? Just because they was a so-called black nation, they was wicked as hell. That's why you can't build nothing with them people. You call me JJ for this? They've been disrespecting us, man. Period. Listen, they've been disrespecting us. They disrespect our women, talking about, oh, all y'all do is have the Hebrew women up there cooking and cleaning and barefooted and making babies.
All that
Stop lying. Listen. This is how I go down. My wife right now in law school, this is what I do for my wife. My wife is so good. I sent her on vacation. She right now chilling, drinking pina colada in South Africa. Yeah, this how we do it. But you sitting up here talking crazy about oh, we treat our women like this. And then you talking about women can't teach. I thought the women were the first teachers of the children. Stop misconstruing the understanding of people's culture from a Western perspective. We gotta get these infiltrators from out of our communities, man.
Now, right? You talking about Tazariak now?
I'm talking about anybody. I'm talking about anybody that's on that vibe, man.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, get up out the bed with them people. We your brothers, man. Because at the end of the day, they ain't gonna be, them dead gods ain't gonna be able to help you. We don't want to hear no more about no dead pharaohs. If they were so glorious, why the average people in Egypt was dying at the age of 30? Why when they was finding all them bodies, their teeth was rotten as hell? Why they felt as though it was okay to take shit and put it in a woman's vagina to get abortions and all that? And the women was dying by the droves over there. What are you talking about, man? Why is it that the Nasut, he felt this, he was a coward. The Nasut was a fucking coward and he couldn't die on his own. So he had to take his bitch ass servants with him. He took his servants with him and killed them.
Sacrifices.
Man, yo, I'm not playing with them. They are enemies, man. They are literally trying to destroy our nation, man.
And they're still gonna be the same way, man. They don't care.
Yeah, man. I'm just tired. I'm just tired of seeing my elders on there.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just tired of seeing when they be having an apostle over there and he be trying to put his point out there. They be disrespecting our elders, man. They do, and that should be saddening to me because the elders put in all this work, and then you just call yourself. It's only one elder. They covertly disrespected him, but they didn't openly disrespect him. It's Prince Asiel because they know how them niggas in Chicago play, and they ain't going to disrespect him openly because they know it's going to be a problem. And what I'm saying is, you're not going to keep disrespecting our elders. If our elders come on there, you call our elders to come on there. You're supposed to respect them. But when Walter Williams, who's a pseudo himself, listen, you wouldn't even let certain Hebrews even speak. Y'all put them, y'all stop them from talking. When Elder Yarah bodied Walter Williams, I heard it. Y'all cut him off. When Black Jesus Ministries tried to talk to General Yohana, y'all cut him off.
Cut him off.
Y'all signing contracts and treaties with these people so they can't be touched. I told you they're using the One West camps to make it seem like all Israel look bad. And this is not to all One West camps because you got One West camps like AOC. You got former FOPE that was a part of the One West camps. You got brothers. So it's not all One West camps. Let's make it clear. They have a selective One West camp, and that's ISUBK. That is the premise camp that they use to make it seem like that they are the face of Israel. And then when they want to assassinate Israel, they'll use GMS with that fake rape doctrine and other crazy doctrines that make it seem like, oh, all Israel think like that. No.
Mighty Hebrew. But they don't even hear. They just say they want to promote ISPK as the home of the truth. But then they don't even hear the video about him saying, "Call your wife a bitch and say it in front of your kids." And I will give Jada Pinkett Smith heroin. I would give it.
And go to Philly. Go to Philly and get the greatest heroin and go have sex with Will Smith's wife. That's worthy of death.
And Nepal, Sonetta, they at least Natalia did ask the question. They didn't say a goddamn word. They still talking about, that's the home of the truth.
But then you got GOCC over there teaching Satanism and shit. You know what I'm saying? You supposed to teach Israel the law, statutes, and commandments. Why is you over there opening up books about masonry and all this occult knowledge, Ricard?
They all in the bed with them people. If you ain't opening up them books to destroy these people, you know what I mean? And you up there trying to endorse it, it's a problem. I seen that video when a fat ass general one of their generals was up there talking about Will Smith's wife and for Chris Rock to go play PlayStation with their son, and then from there has sex with his wife.
They did how wicked can you be? Man.
They did a whole class. Ain't that against Deuteronomy chapter 13?
You should have heard. You should have heard. Sorry, Mighty Hebrew. You should have heard Tazariak trying to defend that shit last night. It was horrible.
No, I didn't hear that. What did he say about that?
Man, we can play it right now. Apostle, did you hear his defense for that shit last night?
No.
Do anybody remember? What about you, Jonathan? I mean, it was horrible, bro.
Nah, I ain't hear it, man.
I mean, it was horrible.
And Jonathan Teller, no, he was there back in the day with them. He know goddamn well that a lot of them things is lies in there.
Let me see.
We know that they was teaching. We know that Elder Chief High Priest Mashah believed that he was the incarnation of King David. We know the history behind these people, man.
Mighty Hebrew.
And that's why they broke, yes.
They put Mashah up to do that, man. He
Kane,
told
I heard
Mashah
about it.
Mm-hmm.
And let's make it clear so everybody know. You remember that video everybody keep using with Elder Naphtali talking about Rabbi Bivens, talking about the 12-tribe chart was a hook. Well, let me give y'all some history on that man. Elder Naphtali was the president of Beni Adat as a tourist center school in Brooklyn, New York. His right-hand man was Morey Mishael. Morey Mishael is Nasi Rob's father. Nasi Rob and my spiritual father, Prince Kaz, have the community in Georgia called the Goshen community. I know Chief of Chiefs Naphtali personally. I know him personally, may he rest in completeness. And our elders told us that when they would talk to Rabbi Bivens, because they knew Rabbi Bivens personally, and he said that the 12 tribe, he didn't have the whole thing intact at the time because it came in stages. Where he clearly said it was a hook. And furthermore, Rabbi Bivens, when he was talking about the Latinos, originally he was talking about the Afro-Latinos. He wasn't even talking about the Mamzor Latinos that you see today. That's a later phenomenon that came. And furthermore, ISUBK and the original UBK is two different entities.
Hey, I think they allowed those light-skinned Latinos to come in there on some freak shit, bro. For them brothers to be trying to get off on them women, bro. Nothing more, nothing less.
But Jonathan, he know the history better than me. He know the history because he was in the mix of all that. I know all them dudes, Robert Dennis, that wrote the book, The Truth. I know these guys personally. That House of David that's in Brooklyn, New York, that's ran by Elder Barak, they broke off after that.
They went with Mashah.
They went with Mashah. Jabari,
96.
Zabai, 96. In 96, you're right. 96. They went with Zabai. We know about how the late Tezadakia sold his soul to the Rosicrucians. We know about all that shit. You can't, that's why they start wearing red and white. We know what's going on. We know that and then they changed the whole, they changed the whole thing around and they became like open, like Israelite Catholics. Like we seen that whole metamorphosis take place. We know all about that Y2K/Yeshua coming back in the year 2000. We know about all that, or Yahweh Shah. We know about all that. And what we saying is
they told us, man, that Christ would be here January 1st, 2000 at 12 o'clock. And niggas in New York was on rooftops waiting for that.
I heard people, was it true, Jonathan, that people was selling? I heard they was selling their stuff. They was doing all kinds of stuff, man.
Quitting their jobs and shit.
I heard. And they ain't happy.
Wait a minute. See, Tazar, you didn't tell me about this. You didn't tell me you was up on the roof waiting for the sky to crack, bro.
No, Tazariak wasn't around then.
No, he wasn't there. Tazariak came around in
I know my
2009.
Yeah, I'm just messing.
He came in 2009.
He knew about it, though. He knew about it. He knew about that story.
I'm from Philly, so I know what was going on in Philly. In Philly, Yohana had the building on 33rd and Ridge Avenue. That was his building. And what happened, they had a fallout. Remember when Yohana disappeared for a long time? I'm not going to put his personal business out there. But cats know from Philly why he disappeared. But I'm not going to put that out there, though. But he was gone for years, right? But he had... Don't do that. Don't do that, Jonathan.
I ain't gonna say
Jonathan, don't do that, man.
I won't do it, man.
But
hey, when we get off the show, ask me why that nigga disappeared. I'll tell you.
No, don't do that, man. Don't do that.
Come on, y'all.
Don't do that.
It ain't
but
like
no,
secret.
so he
But
Yeah, so when he was gone, he had that building. Am I lying, Jonathan? He had that building on 33rd and Ridge Avenue.
Yeah.
And when they had that split, he gave them 7 years to get their shit together. And what happened, they wind up moving that building down there on Kensington Avenue. And then you had the ISUBK, they was up on 69th Street. So ISUBK is an off branch of the original UBK. The original name is the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge.
And the Israelis
Israeli Church.
No, that concept of Israeli Church only came about when they incorporated it by the way of a 501c3. Because remember the original UBK sued the city of New York about the vending shit. You remember that shit, Jonathan?
Yeah.
Yeah, he know. And I'm Torah only. And one thing about back in the day with the Israelite communities, we were all nigga. It didn't matter if you was Torah only or Messianic. We were all niggas, so we knew each other's affairs, especially on the East Coast, Philly, New York, Jersey.
All like brothers.
Well, what happened?
So
they placed the agents within the community to keep us divided.
Right. So we knew each other's affairs and businesses. So a lot of people will be like the home of the truth, ISUBK. ISUBK is not the original UPK. So that's a lot of people think, oh, that's the original UPK. No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's a break off.
Not. It's a break off. It's an off branch, just like GMS, just like with Elder Tahar. You know what I mean? General Yohana, that's an off branch, ISUBK. GOCC was created by a boy from Philly. GOCC was created by that dude, what's his name? Elder Rakah. They was really the light and body of Christ. They was calling themselves the light and body of Christ. And what he do? He start bringing white boys in there, making them priests. We know what that boy did. And then he went over there to the Philippines and started teaching that the Filipinos was Israelites. And he started teaching like the Samoans and all them cats was Nephilim. And then he stopped.
What he did, he reached a different market. It was marketing. If you look at it.
Right, it was marketing.
That's all that was, bro. It was just commercialized, a knockoff of the real deal. And it was just marketing. He wanted to reach the audience that he's like, we'll go over to the Philippines. Why not?
Was that
go
the
ahead,
guy who started the
my fault.
Jabari, the guy who went over to the Philippines?
It was Rakah and some other people. I don't know if it's still on YouTube, but word on the street, we know what happened. We had the videos too. Elder Rakah, or I'm gonna just call him Rakah because I don't know if he's 50 yet. So Rakah, he went over there and started teaching the Philippines all that Ahaya. If you go on Facebook and y'all know on Facebook, you'll see a bunch of Filipinos saying they're Israelites. Notice that they all use the name Ahaya.
Yeah.
Because they was influenced by GOCC.
Yeah.
Anybody that's using that name was influenced by GOCC.
Young PG said in his music, Ahaya. You ever heard of Young PG?
Yeah, I heard of him.
He got good music though.
Only the Most High can speak in that first person like that.
Right. Yo, you took the words right out my mouth, Apostle. You're absolutely correct. It's for Yah to say to us Ahaya. And in turn, we say Yah.
Whoa,
we don't say Ahaya. That's when you read it. No, not the elder son.
Truthfully, there's not even a word Ahaya. That's wrong. That's a wrong pronunciation.
Well, when he say that,
you can get your apostle going. Oh Lord.
When you say Ahaya, Hasha Ahaya.
Please don't start them up.
Right.
You're saying I am that I am.
Right.
And the only Most High can say that. So when you use that word,
you call yourself.
Could you say I was?
You're correct.
I am Ahaya. When you say, dude, I ain't finna go there with
Yeah,
y'all.
let's say that for tomorrow, y'all.
Yeah.
No,
Hey,
the
hey,
point
it's
that the
wrong,
point
bro.
the
Ain't no
point
such
that the
word.
elder
Ain't
I
no
saying,
knew it.
such
I
word as
told you,
tomorrow.
JT. I already knew they to get
regardless
stirred
of
up.
regardless of pronunciation, the reality is that we can't say EA or Ahaya, however one wants to pronounce it. We can't say that towards the Most High, because when we say that, we're actually saying
Saying I
we
am.
are the Most High.
Yeah, I get
Versus
that.
us saying Yahweh, 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 Yahuwah, however one wants to pronounce it. We
When you
are to
said it,
respond.
when you say I
Huh?
am, when you say I am in reference to yourself, you just say Ani. Like if I want to say I'm
Gang,
Yasha, I say Ani Yasha.
gang,
The thing is,
exactly.
Masha asks the Most High, "Who are you?" And in reply, he told him who he was,
Right.
as far as his
Right.
character is. That's what the
Right.
name Hashem is. Hashem, meaning your name, the name, it talks about the character or who the Most High is.
Right,
Only the
by,
Most High can
right,
get
by the
that.
way of his fame. Right,
Right.
absolutely. I understand what you're saying, Apostle. And that's correct. That's where GOCC is in error at. So every time they say that word, they're basically calling themselves the Most High. They don't even dig it.
Right.
Yeah. And
And
can I ask
that's
you something?
why the
Can I
most,
ask you something, Mighty Hebrew? I mean, I know it's kind of off topic, but
yes.
it was two different doctrines up there when they were talking about this serpent in the garden, and I was waiting for them to kind of clash that out, but I guess Tazara kind of cowered out because Nepal teaches that the serpent is Jesus Christ, Yeshua.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that stuff she teaching.
ISUPK teaches that the serpent was just a man. Which one? Which
Yeah,
one
I
do you?
heard that.
So which one do you
I
think?
would lean towards more. Well, first of all, Nakash in Hebrew means
Nakash
enchanter,
is serpent beings
soothsayer.
or be? Yep. Whisper.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at Nakash, right, and then if you look at the Sanskrit word Nagas, they have the same root, which is serpent people. So I lean more that the Nakash were a group of people that had a certain type of knowledge. But do I acknowledge that the serpent was Jesus Christ? Hell no. Hell no. That right there, that's something that she came, that's something she came up with. That's something she came up with. You know, that's her belief. You know what I'm saying?
Ezekiel 28 says, calls him a man. And that he
serpent?
was called him the king of Tyre. He's a man, and he was in the garden. So that's, I think, what Tazariak is talking about when you read Ezekiel 28. So, you know, that's it. Yeah.
What's your thoughts on the commission? You there?
Tazariak is more on point where he was saying that Nepal was on point.
Oh yeah, she way off.
That he was
Definitely
not.
Yeah, she way off.
Definitely not
Talking about
Hamashiach.
the garden dealing with the serpent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this right here, family, and I don't really go.
Oh shucks.
You know, because
the esoteric about to come to light.
Yeah, most definitely. You already know, man. You know what I mean? And they think that
I don't even want to go there. That's why I'm trying to avoid this subject.
Yeah,
I want to hear this. Let's get it.
Well, they think people
I'm
is
learning.
mostly they think people is mostly just like I heard Mudawa speaking earlier. You know, they talking about this stuff don't exist. And the problem is when you get to a high level of thought and you understand the esoteric and the exoteric doctrine, you understand that those who deal with the exoteric, that's where they are. But you know, you can't discount them for dealing with the exoteric because the exoteric is the historical base. And so I draw from the principle as it is above, so below. So that being said, going back to the garden dealing with the serpent, in one aspect, there's a garden outside of man. You know, And then when you go into the inner meaning, there's a garden within man. You know, man himself is a garden. The garden is above his neck. The serpent
Gang.
is within man himself. You see what I'm saying? In other words, it's
Drop
that
that
lower
Kundalini
self.
science. Drop that
Right,
Kundalini science.
right. It's actually two serpents, you know, representing the negative and the
Gang.
positive polarities in man, you
Mm-hmm.
know. And so when you deal with the
Mm-hmm.
negative aspects of man, that's when you're dealing with man eating from that tree of knowledge, so to speak. You
Yeah.
know, what we call the
Within
insufficiency of human
self.
knowledge.
Yeah,
Right, of
I keep
himself. You know, me, right? And so then when you get into the higher vibration, like the brother spoke, that's that Kundalini. That's the serpent that Moses lifted up in the wilderness. You see what I'm saying? See, they don't know
Mm-hmm.
what that means. You know, they don't know what it means when they said that Moses' staff was turned into a serpent and it swallowed up the staff of Pharaoh. You see
Right.
what I'm saying?
So
That
you
was
saying, so
superior
basically what
knowledge
you're saying,
swallowing up.
Comedian, is that this, so let me just make sure we on point. So you saying that highest peak of the Ketzer, by the way, of the chakra power is what swallowed up the egotistical behavior of the serpent
That's
of the
right.
Pharaoh, correct?
That's right. Because it can't
Let
stand
me
in the
stop. We're
presence
gonna
of.
stop playing, man. We're
But
not
he
gonna do
was
this right now.
he did that because he knew he already
Yeah.
knew what you was
But
talking about.
see,
Yeah,
when we
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying though.
yeah,
But when we start
They
talking
both
like this,
they
you
both
know,
are dropping
if
that
one
deep
ain't
spiritual
knowledgeable,
knowledge,
right,
they'll
right,
think,
man.
oh,
right.
they talking,
Let's go
you
there.
know,
Let's hear it.
and like even with all the books, not only just the Bible, but even the Quran, esoterically got meanings to it. But just dealing with the Bible, you know, when you understand. For example, they use the term Jesus. See, you got to look at it. Masons translated the Bible, family. So they reading the Bible a different way than the way that they teach people to read the Bible in the church. They reading it from the esoteric. You got to read Storehouse Unlocked. You got to read Esoteric Masonry. You got to read God, Man, the Word Made Flesh. You know what I mean? You got to read, you know, Jesus in the body of man, you know. In other words, they refer to Jesus in esoteric knowledge. Now, this is esoteric science. Doctors that wrote this, I'm talking about real doctors. They use Gray's Anatomy to come to these determinations, right? The term Jesus, they would tell you, means ictus or Esos, which is a fish that swims up the Nile. Well, not the Nile, but the Jordan, dealing with Jesus, so to speak. It would be the Nile with Moses. But the Jordan stream represents the spinal column. Joseph and Mary represent the pituitary and the pineal gland. And this is what gives birth to the psychophysical seed that is known as Jesus, or it comes through the oil that they call Christos or the Christ. You hear me, mighty Hebrew? You see?
I
And
already
so
know, and even when you break it down, and
when
even when
this
you break
seed
it
is
down in
baptized,
tabernacle, yup,
when
yup,
this
break it
seed
down.
when this seed is baptized within the house of bread, which is Bethlehem, which is the solar plexus region at the age of 12, that's when they say, right? He went into Egypt at the age of 12. Egypt represent the land of darkness, you see? And so it was here from here, and they call it what they call, some people would say celibacy, preserving the seed, not having sex, abstaining from things, fasting. It allow you to purify that seed within the body, which will cause you to be able to purify the whole body and therefore be able to heal yourself of diseases. And this represents the true power of Jesus, the resurrector. You see, this dealing with the scientific and the esoteric stuff that they teach behind closed doors and
Right.
don't want you to know this type of stuff. See, but if we get on Sarnetta platform and start talking like that right there, and these other people, oh, that's pseudo. They ain't never
Right.
heard this
Yeah, you're
before.
mixing and matching too much.
Yeah, they ain't never heard this before, but this
Right.
is how they are teaching in these secret societies, bro. And that's why they don't have a lot of disagreement. You got Hebrews, you got Muslims, you got Christians, all of them done took certain oaths. Some of them don't go this high to get this knowledge that we talking about now. Some of them is just as biblical or Quranic as a normal person would be. But I'm talking about the one that have went the extra mile. They know this language. And that's why they quick to deny the historicity, you know. But somebody that's universal, they accept the historicity, They accept what is below, what is made manifest as history, and they accept the esoteric. You can't accept one and reject the other. You feel me? And so if you get into teachings like higher teachings, you know, that come from the Torah, they touch on these things. You feel me? You get into higher teachings and all these texts, they all touch on these things and they unite. But you know, this ain't something that you can just teach overnight.
Right.
I'm talking about this stuff, esoteric though, is stuff that teach you how to heal your body, bro. In other words, you using this knowledge and making it applicable. Instead of just seeing it as history, once you study yourself and realize that there are keys that unlock certain things to make you knowledgeable of what take place in the body, you can use this knowledge to heal yourself and heal other people, bro.
Oh,
That's what it boiled down to, plain and simple.
okay.
So when you have people talking about they
Go,
healers and
yeah.
they did this and it's cause some of them may have come into this knowledge, but they ain't gonna tell you that. Because they want to keep, you know, control over the congregation and, you know, be spooky about it. You feel me? But like I said, I done used the saving power before. So I know.
Yeah, I heard you say something about that.
You know, I know. I done through the will of the Most High, he done allowed me to touch somebody that was supposed to be dead in 6 weeks and they still here right now 10 years later, bro. And that wasn't for me. That's through the Most High.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And the knowledge that I know. So that's all I'll say on that right now.
Yeah, that's pretty heavy, man. You know what I'm saying?
That's why they can't fool me. These dudes, that's why I stand in defense like I do. They talking. I done seen what this truth can do. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Now,
you materialist, you ain't gonna get it though. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, now if you go ahead, if you still got more to say, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, if you just a materialist and you stuck on materialism, none of this ain't gonna do you no good. Like them so-called atheists, the ones that they get sick, they gonna just die. You see what I'm saying? Right. They won't be able to heal themselves. They accept that anyway. Go ahead, bro.
Now, some of the teachings over there on some other TV, they Nepal. She always says she's very esoteric. Is that stuff she's saying? Is that supposed to be esoteric?
Yeah.
Like this? Okay, because let me finish this part. This why I got another part to add to it because Jabari said that Isis is the snake in the garden. Is that esoteric? And because he agreed with Nepal, because Nepal said that the snake is Isis, Jesus Christ. Did she say Moses? No, she didn't say Moses. But those two, Isis and Jesus, and Jabari agreed with it. Did that come from? Go ahead.
Well, there is an esoteric teaching that they teach that the serpent is a woman. You know, matter of fact, there's a European. It started by a European. It started by a European man, even though you have a lot of black members. It started in Albion, Texas, known as the House of Yahweh. And there was a man by the name of Jacob, what was his name? Israel Hawkins, not Jacob O. Myers. Jacob O. Myers created the Assemblies of Yahweh in Bethel, Pennsylvania. But the House of Yahweh was created by Israel Hawkins. And he taught that the serpent was a woman. There are certain Masonic teachers that teach that the serpent is a woman. Now, the serpent being the man, you have Israelite teachers that teach that. I'm more into the understanding of what Commission Adapt said when you start talking about the serpent and the serpentine power within dealing with this the spinal cord connected to the cerebral cortex of the brain. But that's because when you look at the anatomy of man's body from the head to the torso by the way of the invertical and horizontal or the six-pointed shell, it's the same outline the way that we dealt with the tabernacle. Even when you see the Levitical priests and the oracles within the tabernacle and the movement within the tabernacle, it's really the internal organs being functioned by the way of the Ruach Kodesh. So there was definitely an esoteric understanding of Adam HaKachma being introduced within the tabernacle, along with what later became the temple itself. But I think the best understanding of the Kundalini system or the Garden of Eden is by the way of Hebrew cosmogenesis, and even what Commission Adapt is talking about. But you have to also have the esoteric, the exoteric as well. So if you have the esoteric, which within, you're going to have what is outside too. So and even the bill, you got all this is truth. There's truth into where everybody is saying, besides, you know, the serpent just being literally Jesus Christ. No,
Yeah, man, come on,
but
man.
if
That's something she's
there's
making
an
up. Maybe that's her own
esoteric
cosmetology.
understanding,
You hear me? She might be making up her own
cosmology, her own.
Nepal, you
Nah,
know.
she done read certain things.
What she read,
No.
Commission?
Nepal
She
learned a
done read
lot.
certain
She
things and
learned a
took
lot.
from it.
She'll tell you, she learned a lot from the teachings that I brought forth. Like if you notice, ain't nobody was talking about the Indus Valley on high out to like levels, like where I was coming from, and connecting.
No, not too recently.
And connecting.
You've been saying that for
also,
years, though.
No.
She also got some teachings, man, coming from Dominican Republic, coming from that island of that. I don't want to call it voodoo or whatever, but she got some beliefs into that as well.
So I was saying she kind of mixing them. I mean, so she's really not an Israelite. I mean, I don't know.
Let me show you.
I can't say.
I'm not going to say that she's not an Israelite. I can't. I'm gonna say she's an Israelite because that's what she said until different.
Yeah. It's a different.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
it's.
Let me.
But you can't be bringing that to a debate if we ain't talking about the same thing. She brought that Jesus Christ to the. No scholar is saying that.
Let me show you something real quick.
Jesus Christ is a serpent. She got destroyed in that damn debate.
Let me
then
show
she tried
you
to do it
something
again.
real quick.
Hold on, let me get 2 seconds. Then she tried to do the same thing with Black Jesus Minister. Nepal, you need to cut it out. I don't ever want to hear you talk about no Yeshua, no Jesus Christ is a serpent in the garden, because it don't even make sense if you're trying to incorporate it with the Bible. Go ahead, Commission.
Yeah, I just want to show you something real quick so you can go and look for yourself at it.
How did I knew you was going to do that? I just told my adopted son. I said Commission Adapt is about to put some. When you going to do the presentation PowerPoint that I sent? You said that you was going to do a presentation on the information I sent.
Yeah,
I want to see this, man. I just want to see somebody do a presentation on my teachings.
Yeah, we gonna.
And I think you got the skill to do it.
We're gonna put it on the
manifest. I can't wait, man.
Get a break from this work. But yeah,
I seen that joint that you just did. You just did on
Hebrew got a delay,
the language.
Commission.
It's
a delay. It's a delay going on.
Most definitely, I know.
That's what's going on.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's a delay. It's a delay. Sorry. Go ahead, Commission.
Yeah.
Oh no. Basically, I was finna show you now. These was doctors that got together. And this is the book, God, Man, the Word Made Flesh, bro. You know what I mean? This right here, I studied like 25 years ago. I got the actual copy over here. Still, the first one. But this is a PDF of it. Now, look at what these people did. These doctors now. These literal doctors.
Put it on the screen. We can't see it. Put it on the screen.
You don't see it? I'm sharing it right now.
Kareem might be asleep though. Shit, it's been. Kareem, you up?
Oh, somebody. She got the a lot of shit.
The baby, yeah. Oh, there she go. Okay, cool.
Okay, you can see it now.
Yeah.
Okay, and see, this go back to what Apostle was saying a few minutes ago about certain books that was rejected. Right. This is how they start off first and foremost.
Now look at that. Now look at that.
Look at what
they just say. Take out the books. Go ahead.
Look at what it says. It say books of the Quran, Persia, Hebrew, meaning Passover, Esther, Solomon, Egyptian, Book of the Dead, Adam and Eve, Enoch, Seth, 7 Book of Moses. It says Saint Thomas the Doctor, Nicodemus, Tahotep, the oldest book known, the Kabbalah. These are the books they mention, right? Mm-hmm. But listen to what they say. They say, again, the researchers of such theological scholars as James Leahy, LLD, first professor of Chinese at Oxford University. Now they calling out the credentials of these individuals, right? That they quote.
Right.
They cite them. Professor W.M. Jennings, PhD, and they letting you know what they was. Clement Allen of the Royal Asiatic Society, besides several hundred who might be named embracing the leaders of thought along the lines of original sources. all agree that hundreds, if not thousands, of ancient manuscripts, tablets, and carvings undoubtedly prove that all races of all people have ever inhabited the earth have striven as best they could to leave records of the chemistry and physiology of their own bodies. Science, Egyptology, Indo-Iranian, Chinese, Japanese, Persian, Sanskrit, all in all, forever strove to solve the riddle of the human body. So they break the text down based on the body. And it goes into, quoting different books from Buddhists and, Confucius and all that, right? And I'm going to go over here now and go into some of this stuff right here, right? And they actually start with this portion here, actually. It is good. Say, there's no other way under heaven whereby ye may be saved except Jesus, Christian, and crucified. Now, they ain't talking about the crucifixion that you thinking about. They talking about a process that take place within the body. And so they begin to also quote from early literature dealing with the East of that which is great rejected books, also by the Council of Nicaea, Book of Adam and Eve. I got that book over here. I got all these books right.
I got both of them. Yeah.
The book, you got them too, Brother Apostle?
Yeah.
I got this, a lot of them books in my other Bible up there. It's called the Other Bible. And the writings attributed to Enoch, man, all of them. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you brothers that deal with the Apocrypha know about all this stuff. The Gospel of Thomas, the Gospels of Christ's childhood, got all that there. So
go back.
Uh-huh.
The Heroine of Hell. I wonder what that book about.
The Heroine of Hell. They got a lot of books in here. They just quoting what was cast out of the book.
I got that book. I got that book. It's called the Lost Books of the Bible, and they got all of that in there. I had just gave that book away.
Now watch the science they go into on this stuff. And it's right here in front of people, but they never paid attention to it, right? It say names will be explained without alphabetical order. It say the object being to show that the 66 books of the whole book, holy book, was 66 statements by 66 different writers about the same identical subject, the human body, its chemical operation in the planetary positions impinging to create and bring into physical manifestation the visible universe, right? Mm-hmm. So it says Adam, red earth, a flow of spirit or energy, dammed up, right? Eve, mother of all the living, ether or pure spirit. See these esoteric definitions. Mm-hmm. Mother of God, water fluid, essence. Cain, what is God in acquisition? A spear, a smith, a worker. Now you know they say Cain had the javelin. And Cain is symbolic to them. In this teaching, they say it represents masturbation. They said that Cain throwing the javelin is symbolic to the masturbation process, meaning the more that you have sex, or if you deal with that type of stuff, you kill the Christ, or you kill the Messiah. You kill the possibility of raising and resurrecting the body. You notice anytime when a boxer go to war, get ready to go to the ring,
can't have sex.
He can't have sex. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because basically, one is basically balanced. They are strengthened. Most of the time that, a woman basically can weaken men, right. By sex. You see what I'm saying? So that can be like a forbidden fruit to a certain degree, right?
Right.
So what happens again, it causes illness to the body when you do it in excess. But if you can get to a state to where you can abstain, abstinence will allow you to heal the body. I just wanted to add that.
Right.
So Cain,
if any of you young men out there listening, stay out the bathroom.
And they're gonna tell you in here, they're gonna get into it. Abel, transitoriness, breath. Abel represent the breath, vapor, moisture, absorbed and killed by Cain. So in other words, those riotous acts, as they call it, riotous living, y'all know what I'm talking about. You killing holy breath, you killing what y'all call the Ruach Kadesh. You can't kill it literally, but I'm just saying you're killing your access to it by dealing with that physicality. So Set also represents seed or seedling or the germ, the life germ.
King Self, you hear that?
Right? And then you got the woman or womb in man, mankind, the regenerative womb or manger in the solar plexus. That's where the real seed
Hey,
is
Fabian,
born.
explain the self part for against so King Self can know what he's talking about.
It represents, in this language, it represents the seed or the seedling or the germ.
So
You know,
that's positive though, ain't it?
yeah. I mean,
Come on, King
if you
Self. All
want the
right.
seed to live,
Yeah.
yeah, it's positive.
There you go,
But if
King
you
Self.
killing the seed, that's another situation.
Right.
But see, the solar plexus, they say, represents the real womb in man that gives birth to this seed. So that's the woman, you see. And then it says Bethlehem, also the house of bread, like I said earlier, right? Then you have the land of Nod.
This is
which
all in
represents
order
flight.
too. This is all in order.
Oh
Man.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen this before. But keep it
And
going.
Cain absorbed and killed, and Abel and moisture and vegetation sprang up. You know what I mean? Shoot movement, the wife, which is marriage of the earth and the water. Then they say Joshua is Jehovah in salvation, son of Nun, the fish. Moses, drawn from the water, fish. Now he would be the Old Testament version of what took place in the New Testament with Jesus. Like I say,
right.
Moses represent being in the Nile Valley civilization or in the Nile River. He's the seed in the Nile, but in the New Testament, Jesus or Yeshua is the seed. You see? So this is why they say the same story that's being taught, is being taught in all these texts.
This gonna go all the way down to Christ, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen this before.
Yeah, where it goes into every aspect of, because when you get at this level, you'll find this teaching all over the place. This ain't the only book that teach this. It's a couple of them.
Yeah.
It talks about Aaron being the enlightened Buddha, the third eye. Right? Then it says Hor, which
That's
is
the mountain.
mountain of Aaron, which is situated on the east side of the great valley of Araba, in the highest and most conspicuous of the whole range of the sandstone mountains of Edom, having closed beneath it on its east side, the mysterious city of Petra, right? All of this stuff dealing with what take place in the body. Well, where's Petra in the body? This is the rocket city south of Jericho. Red, Edom. Now they use all these definitions. Notice they use Edom or red as the pituitary body in the brain.
There's Esau.
There's Esau.
You see what I'm saying?
It ain't white. It is red. But come on, we'll keep it moving.
So Jacob represents the circle, heel catcher, liar in wait, applied to the 12 zodiac signs. So the 12 tribes of Israel, esoterically, are synonymous with the cell salts within the body.
Say that again.
The 12 tribes of Israel, when you get into esoteric, they have a lot to do with the zodiac signs and the cell salts within the body. Cell salts have to do with your birth chart. Everybody birth chart align them with a certain cell salt that if you...
What's the cell salt?
It's basically nutrients, elements that you consume that's basically through your particular birth sign.
Okay.
So if you come up on a certain sign, your cell salt will be like mine, for example, Libra scale. Phosphorus, is what will balance me out because, the scale deal with the kidney. You see what I'm saying? And so that's where my illness would come from if I don't know myself and know my cell salt. If I know my cell salt, then I can prevent that illness. You see what I'm saying? Because it's in line with the birth chart. But then Leah, the first wife of Jacob, it goes into all this stuff, breaking it down esoteric. They teach this stuff secretly, but they won't come openly and talk. Europeans talk about this stuff openly. This is how they talk.
I don't know. Was that you that showed me this, or I know I seen it from somewhere? It might have been you.
Now I'm gonna show you this, and I'm gonna stand down because I don't want to hold it. I'm just breathing through it and get the PDF. It's online. I want you to see this one here, though. I want you to see this. This one right here is very important because it breaks down right here. I know y'all gonna like this right here. Watch this. Listen to this here. It says the eternity of perfection. A child brought to his mother a piece of ice and asked, "What is this?" The mother answered, "It is ice." And again, the child asked, "What is there in ice?" And the mother answered, "There's water in the ice." The child desired to find the water in the ice, and it procured a hammer and pounded the piece of an ice until little bits in the warm air soon changed all the ice to water. And the child was grievously disappointed, for the ice that the child supposed contained water had disappeared. And the child said, "Where's the ice that contained this water?" And so it came to pass that the mother was compelled by the child's persistent questions to say, "Ice is all water. There is no such thing as ice. That which we call ice is crystallized or frozen water." The child understood. A student brought to his teacher some water and asked, "What is water? What does it contain?" And the teacher answered, "Water contains oxygen and hydrogen," and then explained how the two gases might be separated and set free by heat. The student boiled the water until all of the molecules of the oxygen and hydrogen had been set free, but he was surprised to find that all the water had disappeared. And then the student asked of the teacher, "Where's the water that held the gases that have escaped?" Then was the teacher compelled by the students' persistent questions to answer. Water itself is the product of oxygen and hydrogen. Water does not contain anything other than these gases. In reality, there is no such substances or fluid as water. That which we name water is a rate of motion set in operation by the union of two parts of hydrogen with one part of oxygen. And of course, the phenomenon disappears, and when the union of the gases is broken, right? The student understood. A devout scientist presented himself before God and said, "Lord, what are these gases men call oxygen and hydrogen?" And the good Lord answered and said, "They are molecules in the blood and body of the universe." Then spake the scientist, "Lord, wilt thou tell me of the kind of molecules that compose thy blood and body?" And the Lord replied, "These same molecules, gases, or principles compose my blood and body. For I and the universe are one and the same." And once again, the scientist said, "My Lord, may I ask then, what is spirit and what is matter?" And thus answered the Lord, "As ice and water are one, and the gases in water are one, so is spirit and matter one. The different phases and manifestations cognized by man in the molecules of my body, that is, the universe, are caused by the word. Thus they are my thoughts clothed with form." Now the scientist felt bold, being redeemed from fear, and asked, "Is my blood then identical with thy blood in composition and divine essence?" And the Lord said, "Yeah, thou art one with the Father." The scientist now understood and said, "Now my eyes are open, and I perceive that when I eat, I partake of thy body. When I drink of thy blood. When I breathe thy spirit. So-called matter is pure intelligence and nothing else, because there is not anything else. Pure intelligence cannot progress or become better. There's nothing but intelligence, omnipresence, omnipotence, and omniscience must mean intelligence. Therefore, these terms are all included in the word. So when it say, "In the beginning was the word with God, the word was God," a lot of people don't know the definition of word in that particular text is logos.
Right.
Logos deals
Logic.
logic. Logos
The
deal with
mind of Christ,
reason.
the mind of God.
That's
Go ahead.
right. And so this is what the pure intelligence is that's being spoke of here.
Right.
So you partake of the body of the creator when you understand that you are a thought of the creator made manifest.
Right.
You see, so we go further than just being sexually reproduced. It takes the hand of God to make the process come forth, that what we call intelligent design. So people
Commission.
think that you just getting down there humping and jumping up. No, man, that's just a part of the process, giving us the ability to procreate. But yet it is
Commission.
the creator that does the work within the womb, just as he done in creation in the beginning of time. Just as life began to come forth and evolve as a result of the word, so it is within the womb. That same speck of life that come forth just like that life did in the dark womb of creation. So we see
Commission.
the miracle of God within the body. That's what this type of teaching teaches. But you know, a baby in understanding, they don't understand that type of stuff. You know what I mean? You got to give them foundation, like Mighty Hebrew said. You got to give them the exoteric, and then they'll be able to relate to what you're giving them. You see what I'm saying? It say, let us
Commission.
adopt a short word.
I don't know if you can hear you. Commissioner, I think Apostle wants to say something.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can hear you, Apostle.
Go ahead, brother Apostle.
Okay. Apostle
Mhm.
Stan M at gmail.com. Apostle Stan M
I
at
got you.
gmail.com.
Yes, sir.
Please
You want
send
me
me
to send
that.
you this PDF, brother?
Please.
I
Please,
got
brother.
you.
Please.
Yeah, y'all got to get it, man. This thing here powerful, man. I like
Yeah.
they went into the definition of it.
Yeah.
He
And good
said,
night,
let us
man.
adopt a
Bless
short.
y'all.
All right,
Shalom.
Apostle. Yeah, Shalom, Marquis.
Shalom. Yes, sir. Drop that email again, Apostle, before you leave, too, brother. So I can make sure I
I'm
got
gonna put it in the
here.
private chat.
Yeah. You go. Put it in the private
Yes,
chat.
sir. Yes, sir. But yeah, man, this is the type of stuff, Judah, they be hide in them different secret societies and stuff. This is the type of material they read. And that's why a lot of time you'll see the European thinking on a scientific level, but they thinking on it based upon what they understood from esoteric stuff dealing with God. They didn't do it rejecting God. You know what I mean? And that's what these cats don't understand, man. And this book here powerful because it go way beyond. That's just the beginning of them getting you ready for what they finna build on. Like I said, even the book Thinking and Destiny build on the same thing. Where they was teaching Masons how to use their tools that they talk about. You know what I mean? Like them, they were going in on them in there. You know, showing them that the real Hiram Abiff represent the life force, the life germ. This same type of teaching here. You know, the square and the compass, what it really represent within the body. You know what I mean? So the breath form and the life form, the doer, the thinker, and the knower. You know, man, that's a whole nother arena of teaching. You feel me, Judah?
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, people.
Hey, tell everybody what's the name of that book again, so maybe if
Yeah, this
anyone's
is
interested.
God, man, the Word made flesh right here.
You can get that on. You can look that up and get it on a PDF.
Yes, sir. You can go and get it right there. You know, type it in. They got it on PDF. A lot of these old books. That's the good thing, the blessing about it. You can get a lot of these old books like this, bro. You know, and they right there on PDF. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, they break down all the different aspects that you will want to know, and they make sense. You know, see how they talk about the different letters in the alphabet, like I'm scrolling through right here. You know, electricity and magnetism, they put it in its proper perspective. If you want to understand science and God in relation to that, this book.
You gonna talk up anew? You said electricity and magnetism.
Well, no, this is a lot different than that. I'm
I'm
trying
just
to
talking
get
stuff
him.
to anew, bro.
I already know you. You know
His
what I
ears
mean?
ringing.
Yeah, I already know you, cause he be lurking. You know, we ran him out of there the other day. He was in there still trying to talk that God.
He got ran out today. He's still in the chat, but you ran him up out of there for a day or two.
Yeah, man.
It happens.
You know how he is.
It's tough love. That's all it is.
Yes, sir. So yeah, man, y'all got to check this out though.
Okay.
You know, and it'll definitely be a grand draw when you go into it. You know.
Yeah.
Powerful.
You might have to come through and maybe do a couple of pages, and we just kind of sit there and decipher it and see what we get out of it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Now, didn't you say you wanted to do a presentation on you, and who did you have a conversation with recently?
Yeah, I actually, to be honest with you, that
you done with that? You moved on.
That guy, Smash Rockwell, I had did one on him the other
that's
day.
what it was.
I put a lot of their stuff in that one video.
Uh-huh.
It's got like 1,000 views on it right after I had did it.
Yeah.
So I need to go live on them again. But
yeah,
a lot of them
that's
guys.
The next project.
I was trying to show him how to read Demotic, you know, and he didn't know it, so he got upset. You feel me? Then he tried to throw me some of that old, you know, westernized meta, thinking I didn't know how to read it. Come on, bro. And then
tell him what you said. It said,
yeah, I read it. He talking about, yeah, you read it, but you know that's easy. Well, you the one gave it to me thinking I couldn't read it.
Nah, but tell
I
him
just don't
the
read it.
word that he
I
made that
don't
you ended
read
up
that
reading.
garbage like that. You know what I
Commission.
mean?
Commission, tell him about that word that it was Allah or something like that.
Yeah, it was Allah. That's
End up
what it
saying
basically
Allah.
was. Yeah, it was Allah. You know, and he was trying to show me the portion dealing with God. You know, but then he showed me Allah. You know what I mean? And I seen it. Because Allah is aha. You know, that's where the word Allah come from. Aha. Actually, it's the root word that the word Yah is also rooted with. Yah, and La, all that right there pretty much, if you go into the root of them, they are linked together. And they are root words that existed even in the Kemetic language. And I even showed that to him, you know, in a lot of the portions of the book. You know, right there in the book. Why do you think you see it there? Because E. Wallace Budd took from a lot of the Canaanites, the Proto-Canaanite script, Proto-Sinaitic, or what we call Paleo-Hebrew. They call it all those different scripts. But you know, I proved this, bro, like over and over again. Like, I mean, what more is there you need to know? And then how you gonna keep rejecting stuff and you ain't got nothing to rebut it with? That's what I want to know. Like, why do y'all get to rebut things and not have no proof to back it up just cause you said so? But anybody else put something up there, first thing they'll be saying is oh, well, he made that up. Every time we say something, we made it up. But when they say something, it's the law. Like, what they do that at, fam? You know, and it
They
be
just
straight garbage.
wasting. They just I don't know, man. Like you said, they just try to tear down everything we got over here.
Check this out though. How about, I don't know if you seen my presentation. I'm gonna show you a clip or two of it. I ain't gonna run the whole thing. I'm gonna show you something. You know Dr. Ben converted to Islam in his death, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Dr. Ben converted to Islam, bro. He said his shahada to Muhammad. Now, what Reggie got to say about that?
Right.
It's the same Dr. Ben. Now, watch this. Watch this.
And then one of them had to get buried. I mean, the funeral was in the church, wasn't it?
That probably might have been I
other
ain't
one.
sure, but I know it might have been because he accepted Islam later in his life. So if his family was there, possibly, he
The
probably got
family
buried in a
decision.
church.
Yeah, that's true. Instead
They'll
of him
do
leaving
that.
his will, like, I
We
want
got
to be
some Moors that get did that way.
right.
You know, they family put them in the church. I'm gonna show
Yeah.
you right here. Listen to the
It
imam
happened.
right here.
Go
Listen
ahead.
to, look at this clip right here. Watch what he say.
Yeah,
About
and then after this, we're gonna have to wrap it up, man.
All
Everybody get a
right.
final word because we've been on for 4 hours, man.
Most
And I know
definitely, most
Karima
definitely.
got the baby, kid,
Yeah, we
getting
ain't
late.
going. We got to
But
lay it down too.
but look, we ain't been on the air in 11 days, man. You know what I'm saying? Cause I'll go ahead.
Right. Let me let you see this real quick.
Can
This
you
little
share the
clip.
screen? Is it a screen we need to see? Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's sharing right now. I'm gonna show it to you here. Let me get that thing up right. I don't know why it always be jumping off there. Okay, here we go. Here. Get a second here and it'll pop up. Okay. You see it right here, right? Me
Yeah,
trying
there
to
you go.
see it.
Condition.
Okay.
Yeah, commission at that.
Okay. These
Josh
people,
is still
they
on, or he
give me
went to sleep?
everything except what we supposed to be putting.
Yasha, you still there? I think he might have went to sleep.
Oh, Yasha, he done dropped off.
Yeah, it's later over there. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
he's same time where you at though.
Okay, here we go, right here. You see what I'm saying? Okay, right here. Listen to what he said about Dr. B. Because they like to try to make it look like the brother was so much in hatred, of the moment.
Right.
You see, man. He went all against
there you go.
Captain Ben Johannes. The angel of our sent the angel of death for him. When I heard that he had finally passed, and I couldn't help it, I said to myself, Subhanallah wa bihamdihi, Allah is surely the transformer. Because those of us who knew Dr. Ben and have been listening to Dr. Ben over the decade, nobody used to talk worse about us than Dr. Ben. you know, we finished the football, we finished the salah. Somebody comes over to me and says, my partner, Dr. Bennett, in the back there, he was here for the football, and he was here during the salah. I said, Dr. Ben, I know you're not talking about Dr. Ben, Dr. Ben. I said, yeah, no, he's right over there. So I went over to him. Sure enough, there he was. He was in the wheelchair back there. Well, clear mic. So he went over, I went over and he was standing with, I think it's a nephew of his, who I don't. So I went over to him, you know, I bent down like this and looked him right in his face like this. And I said, Dr. Ben, what you telling me is you taking Shahada? He said, yes. I said, brothers tell me you're Muslim now. He said, yes. See, I'm not going about what anybody told me. I'm talking to him face to face like this is. So then we talked for a few minutes. I said to myself, got it. So when he passed last week, and then, excuse me, so then one day I looked, he's here at Jabari. Sat right in the back, right there. I remember. And I would imagine, you know, by that time he was really getting elderly, he's really slowing down, and unfortunately we don't have an elevator. So I would imagine his stairs were very hard on him. So he started going to Juma on a regular basis at Harlem Hospital. Every week, while he still had the health, he's right there praying, you know, in time, he lined up just like everybody else, etc. What a transcendence. Now, in terms of when he knew and when he didn't know, and you know, how much of the Sunnah meant, I don't know any of that. But I do know that he declared, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, and that entitles him to Salatul Janazah. Yeah, you see that right there, brother? He said the Shahada. So Dr. Ben died a Muslim.
Okay.
So when they talking that foolishness out there, talking all that madness, you know, especially Reggie. I got Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben is my teacher.
You don't know who Dr. Ben is.
Yeah, all that foolishness, right?
I knew Dr. Ben. I knew Dr. Ben personally. Yeah, I mean, I did events with Dr. Ben with Sinetta.
That wasn't a good impression, though. Was you? Or you were just talking? The Mighty Hebrews. That was me and you did a good one. Mighty Hebrews wasn't that good. I'm just messing with it.
Oh no. I was just talking regular. How Reggie be sounding? Say that again. How he sound? Say that again.
You did it the other
day. Kamishi and the Dap. How he sound? Say it again. Say it again.
You say, I'm talking about Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben is my teacher.
Yeah.
Dr. John Henry Clark. I'm a real scholar. I'm on the phone, brother.
I'm a stand-up scholar. So you said to get Peter, Jeremiah.
So basically, like when he said I'm a real scholar, you're just saying I'm a real intensified student. They be trying to use words to make it seem like it's something deep.
And then not only that, I ain't even show the other one what John Henry Clark. You know how Reggie always try to argue that it was the Muslims that enslaved the Africans. Fool, your own teacher said that it was the Muslims that went to war with the Europeans. He tell you it wasn't no Arabs that did this. This was an African.
Oh, wait a minute. Stop that screen right there. Y'all see Greg Phillips in the audience? He didn't rose again. Did you see him?
Well,
in that video.
Somebody rose from the depths of hell.
Oh yeah,
Greg
he was
Phillips.
in my video. Yeah, he was in my
Greg
video.
Phillips.
Yeah, he was in my video shouting it out.
Okay.
Yeah, he was.
Did you see that PowerPoint I just put together yesterday on Naphtali page?
I caught a portion of it. Yeah,
I destroyed Jabari.
Oh, you put up Jabari Master Teacher, didn't you? King Shama Rabbah, whatever his name is.
My hair
that one? What's his
Heru
name?
Baba, the police
Nah, we talking about
that created his own Maadic law that ain't on no paper.
what would he do? He created his own language.
Yeah, Baba Heru. You know, Baba Heru, ex-police. The only police I know come from the precinct and get initiated into a mystery system in America.
Oh wow.
I'm just saying,
Yo,
bro.
cut it out, Kamisha. Cut it out.
Kamisha clouded.
Hey, I ain't got nothing
No,
against
but
him.
no, he is. I'm saying no,
I
but
know the
reality.
story.
No.
I know
I'm
the
saying
story.
reality speaking, he's a part of the Fraternal Order of Police,
I
and
already
that fraternal order, and it's not a shout. Me personally, I like Baba Haru. I really do. He's real. He's a real elder. I respect the brother in the stance of an elder, but I don't respect the Fraternal Order of Police, who in fact is a not only that, they're actually a secret society. They're actually a secret society, and they produce the most racism within, because they control all the police all over the country. And my whole thing is this: they some racist, wicked motherfuckers, and anybody a part of that, man. But again, Baba Heru, that I love the brother. You know what I mean? He's not but
do he
certain
speak like
things he believe in.
Do he try to speak that language like Infodesi, or no? He don't be doing that.
Yo, what's your name? Baba Heru? Yeah, he be speaking. What he called Mega Nega. Yeah, he be speaking it fluently.
But they all
Like, and
learning from Dr.
I won't say fluently in the sense of conversational language, but I'll say fluently based on recitation. Like they might just
go through there and do it.
Yeah, recitation means like they might know certain comedians. Meaning like they might have like comedian hymns, just like for instance, if you go to Islamic centers, they learn to recite the Quran through memorization. So it's the same when you go to a lot of the Jewish sages that be chanting Shema Yisrael, Yehovah Eloheinu. That they'll go through the recitations. It's the same way, you know what I mean? Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Commission that know what I'm saying? So they'll remember certain hymns, and then they'll spit it, and it'll mesmerize the people.
Like Morpheus try to do.
Yeah, they're not speaking it like a language. They speaking it, but they'll throw you off, and you'll be like, "Damn, that dude deep, man."
That's what Morpheus did in the
commission.
Yeah, that's what I
get him Morpheus. That's what Morpheus try to fool the audience.
That's why
we on to you, Morpheus.
Yeah, that's why when I recited what I recited to him, you did a bad job of reciting.
Yep, that's exactly what he said.
If I go right here, and I'm gonna give you a prime example. I'm gonna give you an example before we go real quick. I'm gonna show you something how mean I am when it comes to dealing with that Arabic language, bro. They think it's a game, right? Hold up real quick. I'm gonna pull this up right. Quran.com.
Don't you dare do that. Don't you dare do that. Don't you dare. You show it. Oh, shucks.
They think it's a game, right? Now watch this.
So you going,
hey, you got to give it to them. They think it's a game, brother. Look at this here, right?
Can we share this last one, sis, please?
Yeah, this
and
is
then we're gonna
right here, right?
We're gonna wrap it up. I know it's getting late.
Right.
We can't see it yet. We gotta wait on sister.
All right.
All right. Let's get it.
Okay. Now see this. You see the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. See what they don't know, right? Like I told them, I can teach this Arabic. It don't take nothing. I can read it and all that. You know, certain words I know. I ain't no Hafiz though. I ain't memorized no whole Quran. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
I have memorized a couple of surahs, but I can actually identify this stuff right here. Whereas the average layman coming in, they won't know this.
Wait a minute, family. You got to tell what the surahs is. You got to tell the audience what the surahs is. Like a chapter.
Well, this right here is what we know as Surah Fatiha, for example. I'm just giving an example with this. You know, and this is like the 7 oft repeated verses, right? And as simple as this, right? This word is A. This is A right here. This is L. This is H. This is M. This is D and U. Alhamdu, right? Alhamdu. You see what I'm saying? Right?
Mm-hmm.
You see, this is lillahi. This is the L, I, and this is a double, this is a shada. You see, this is double A. Lillahi. Watch this. Lillahi. You see what I'm saying? Rabbi. Rob, you know where you hit rabbi from?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Meaning the same thing. It says Lord Allah, right? R-B-I. Rabbi. And this is the double, the shada. Anytime you see that, that's a double B. El Rabbi. So that's Alhamdulillahi Rabbi, right? Alhamdulillahi Rabbi. You see what I'm saying? So it's okay. Then you have El-Ilimi. That means Lord of the universe, Lord of the worlds, plant, mineral, you know, whatever level you can think of, right?
Yeah.
Al-Alamin.
No, hey,
Ain't no
Commission.
air. Go
Commission,
ahead.
we had this guy back here. What he's go hum before he speak on him. You remember that guy that used to be back here?
Yeah, Alhamdulillah. Yeah, because that's what they, you know, praise be to Allah. That's what
Oh,
he,
so that's what he's saying. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
Alhamdulillah. But you
Okay.
notice, even though I don't talk like no Arab, you see every time I said it, the word was what I said it was.
Correct.
You feel me? And like I
Yeah.
said, and I can do this with the whole Quran, bro. Because when I learned it, see, I learned the alphabet in Arabic, bro, in 3 days.
Is
And
that
I was
easy?
taught tajweed, which is proper pronunciation, by a
Uh-huh.
brother that taught in Egypt. He was Egyptian. So I
Uh-huh.
learned Egyptian Arabic, which is
Okay.
actually closer, well, the last stage of what they say the Egyptian language came in.
Uh-huh.
And so my dialect I learned was Egyptian Arabic. So people would like to hear me recite, you know, the Fatiha, the prayers, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Maliki Yawm. You know what I mean? I can do all that. You know, come on, man, get out of here. So Morpheus got on there and
What he
tried
do?
to act like we were speaking a regular Arabic conversation.
Yeah, he was
Well, he done went and
disingenuous.
learned a few phrases like "How you doing?"
Right.
You know, fine. How are you? And this is why I'm telling this fool. I don't talk to Arabs every day. Don't try to
Now
make
Yasha
Quranic
can
Arabic, bro, be spoken Arabic, because they're
ya
not the same.
if Yasha was woke,
You
he
feel me?
speak to them people.
Yeah, and the Quran was revealed, bro, but it's 7 different dialects. You know that Gabriel, the angel Jabril, according to Islamic history, was
Mm-hmm.
said to have recited it to him in. He recited it to Muhammad. Muhammad asked him, you know, was it recited in different ways? And he said the angel Jabril recited the Quran to him in 7 different ways. And that's why you heard me telling him in 7 different dialects.
Yeah, I remember you saying
You
that.
feel me? But that fool know what I was talking about. But he
Yeah.
was trying to use, what he thought he knew of Arabic, which he learned the Yorkite Arabic coming from that Malachi Z. York demonstration.
Ah, damn, York been all over the place,
Yeah,
ain't it?
yeah. York, when he created, I'm finna give you something. You're gonna trip when I tell you this. The language that they call Nuwapic, bro, is really Sabi. Tell him, mighty
Sabian.
Hebrew. Tell him. Yes, sir, it's Sabi. It's Sabian. And
And
so
where'd
it's
that come
based
from? Was that in Ethiopia?
Sabian is the original language that was there in Arabia in
Oh, Arabia. Okay.
pre-Islamic history. It come from the Cushites, bro.
Uh-huh.
You see what I'm saying? This
I
is
said
Sabi.
Ethiopia. When they in Ethiopia,
That's
Cushites.
right. That's
Yeah,
right. You know, and
the
Muhammad
Sabians.
studied under the Sabians. You see, before he got his revelation. This is how the Sabian language look right here, Judah. This is the Sabian language. You see that? This is what was in Saudi Arabia. You seen the movie Black Panther, right? That
Mm-hmm.
script that was popping up on the screen, that's where that come from.
Okay.
The same script that later became a part of the Technic script as well in Morocco. That's the original script that come from the Cushites that
Uh-huh.
was there before they changed it to the modern Arabic that you just seen me recite.
Right.
So this show you the Cushites were the original people that inhabited Arabia. And
Yep.
that's why I say Muhammad was traveling with the Sabi'un Hunafa. They used to
Mm-hmm.
pray 7 times a day. And
Right.
that's where he got that from. So the Quran referred to the Sabian, but you don't hear the Arabs talking about them that much.
How come they don't talk about them? They don't want to.
Because they
They
know
don't want
that's
to know
us.
they black, huh? Yeah,
They don't
right,
want you to
right.
know that's us.
Exactly.
And that's why you hear me telling the people, we don't
Uh-huh.
follow the Arabs way. We follow the Sabian
Yep,
way.
I heard you say
That's
that
our
too.
school of thought. You feel me?
Yeah.
See them the Sabians right there. You know what I
Uh-huh.
mean? You got a lot of different groups out here now trying to come into it, but that's it right there, bro. We'll get into it one day. I just
Yeah,
wanted to show that to you.
yeah. That's good information.
Yes,
All right,
sir.
everybody. Like I said, we've been on for 4 hours and 30 minutes. Might he be wanting the final words? 'Cause I think Yasha probably. I think General Yashar. I think he sleep. He might have fell asleep. And I know Yasha that fell asleep because he ain't no way he quiet this long.
We got a few people that's over there. Yasaf Samora, the
So that's
brother.
what I'm talking about. That's General Yashar. Yeah, yeah, that's the same person I was talking about. But I already know Yasha. Ain't no way he quiet this long. I know he didn't fell asleep.
Yeah. See,
Uh-huh.
General Samora know his stuff. I'm looking at him down there. He's saying the same thing I was telling him about when I was talking about thought being Tehudi and
Yeah.
Enoch. He know what time it is.
Somebody in the audience.
Yeah, I'm looking at him saying it. He's saying the same thing I said. And they tried to make the people believe that Enoch was somebody different or Mary's father Imran was different. Come on, man. Stop playing with me.
Yeah.
We're going to do the recap, though, on Smash Rockwell, though.
Oh, okay, for sure. So yeah, we
I
appreciate
got something
everybody.
to put out there. Go ahead, brother.
No, go get your final word. I'll say something at the end.
No, I was just saying we're gonna do the a recap on that. We're gonna expose him. And the reason why we exposing him because on his page, he actually he went at it with a brother that was telling him the same thing that I've been telling him. Right. That's why he came at me, because he wrote a book on this stuff. And so, like, for me to put my information out there, it rebuts his book.
I can get him
so
come over here.
That's why he came out of the woodworks at me like that.
I can see if I can get him come over here, man. Smash Rockwell, he pretty humble guy, man.
Yeah, he cool.
Yeah,
he just got a misunderstanding.
Yes, all
he came up with a digitized version, of what he called a new Methodological, and like, bro, that's just a new revised version of the Eurocentric approach on trying to explain Methodological with a different definition.
Oh man,
he still ain't dealing with Methodological. Right. But when I showed the brother Demotic, he didn't know what the heck was going on.
I remember. Yeah, I remember
but
that.
Bro,
part.
I can go in Demotic just like you see me go in the Arabic just then. Right. I can go into the Demotic. You go look at some of my videos.
They ain't ready for you, champ.
Over there teaching Demotic, bro. They tell me you don't supposed to be reading the Demotic language. It's dead. Fool, I got a whole Demotic dictionary over here that none of y'all teach from, and I'm gonna bring it out. Go ahead, brother. Peace and love.
It's all good, man. Like you say, see, Sharnetta, when you run around talking about Jabari did this and he did that, we watching, and we gonna point out everything that was some bull crap. I'm trying, not to cuss. And my Hebrew
Can I get a song? Can I get a song? Can I get a song before you go? Can I get the song "Snakes, Rats, Cats" off my album? Because that's what it sounds like we've been dealing with all night.
Yeah, you gotta talk to Sister Karima, man, because she got
Sister Karima, can we get the Snakes, Rats, Cats?
It was like 3 minutes long.
Yeah. Can we get that, Sister Karima, off my album, please, baby girl? Can we get Snakes, Rats, Cats?
That sound like DMX song, the dog, the cat, the rat. You know what I'm saying? But you remember that?
Yo, I'm up here. Look, I'm getting I got my morning drink. I'm about to go see. Listen. I'm about to go see this new crib, a bigger crib. You know what I mean? Because I got too much flock, so I want to get a bigger farmhouse. So y'all keep y'all fingers crossed. Hopefully, I mean, the owner give me a nice deal. They give me a nice deal. Then I'm gonna move this farmhouse to another spot. And I also got a surprise for y'all. I can't tell y'all until it's official. Once it's official within the next 2 weeks, I will make a public announcement. And I promise I'll make the public announcement first with the permission of Jeremiah Judah and Sister Karima. I would like to announce it on the Lions Den first.
Sure. It's your home, brother.
Yup, this is huge. This is huge for Israel. It's very huge, and I don't want to say it yet. I know it's there. You know how you know something is already official, but you just need the last part to just seal it. So the next few weeks, just waiting for the last bit of this paperwork to come. Once this paperwork come, then I can make the public announcement.
That's what's
You
up,
know what I'm
man.
saying?
You're doing
Something
big
that I'm
things over there, man. We're proud of you, brother. Real talk.
Something I'm doing real big. Sister Karima, can you play Snakes, Rats, Cats?
And not the one by DMX.
Not the one, no, it's on my album. Are you up, Sister Karima? Is she up?
I don't know. She might have. Yeah. But
or you play it, JJ.
I can't share the screen.
Oh, you can't. You can play it. Do you have to share the screen to play it?
Yes, you just tell me just play it without the because it ain't a video, is it?
No, it's on my album.
Okay, where did I find where the album at?
It's everywhere. It's on Spotify. Go to YouTube Music.
Can you send it to me or send it to the private chat right here? Send it to the private chat.
Send it to the private chat. Yeah. I can send it to your inbox or
If you send it to the private chat, I can just click it and it'll come on, right?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. All right, so let me go get this real fast. All
Kareem sleep. I
right.
don't even know how you're gonna end the show. The Lions Den marathon sleepover. You know what I'm saying? Come on. You'll be able to, do 24 hours. I mean, you actually go to skate ring and they lock you in there all night. Remember that? Back in the day?
What happened? What you say with the skate? Oh, I remember that back in the day.
Yeah, they just lock you in for the night. Skate all night.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you send it?
I'm sending it now. Hold on. I got to get it offline.
I think Sister Kareem is asleep. We've been off for 4 hours, 36 minutes. But like I said, Jabari, you got to be ashamed of yourself, man. Just sitting up there just outdated information. You want to make an argument about something that you don't even believe is real. It ain't real when you got to answer a question. It's only real when it benefits your argument. You got to cut that out, man. It's getting old. Yarah went over there and did his thing. But every time we come over there, they're gonna say, "Oh, the Israelites lost." So what's the point to keep going over there? I mean, what you need to do if you really want it like that, you go on a neutral platform. You get judges, bro. You get judges.
I'm trying to send this, John. What the?
I ain't never seen a team that just win every time. Come on, man.
Yeah, they always win. They always say they the winners.
Because it's his audience. His audience is
We won, man. We beat up on them Hebrews.
Yep,
that's they shit.
Like yes, they've been saying that for years, though, right? They want to beat up on the Hebrews. Yeah, my Hebrew fell off. But Sister Kareem, you woke? Damn. How do we end the show without Sister Kareem?
Yeah, Sister say she out of there.
We've been off for 4 hours 37 minutes. So
it'll probably save still if it just hang up or something.
If we hang, it's still a save, or does she got to turn?
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. It'll probably still save. I think if it's gonna keep running long as she on there.
And then when she get up, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure she'll probably see it though. She'll wake up and see it.
I think next time we have to start a little bit earlier.
Yeah. Shoot, but you did start kind of early.
Yeah, I started at 7 o'clock my time, but it was 9 o'clock.
Oh yeah, that's 7 o'clock my time too. Yeah, our time the same.
Yep.
I forgot they got different time zones too. Yeah. But yeah, most definitely.
And then I called Mighty Hebrew about 9 o'clock our time, which was 6 in the morning over there where he was at.
Right.
Because he was still asleep and he jumped on.
Right.
So at least I know what time to call him. Okay, call him about if I'm on at 10, I give him like 7 o'clock his time. You know what I'm saying? But
For sure.
yeah, we finna get up out of here, everybody, man. We appreciate it. I hope Jabari, you listening. Maybe you can better update your information. Could because the tricks ain't working no more, bro.
You notice all of them ran from me on the low. They want to try to dismiss me as pseudo, but they really running.
Man, come on,
You
we see
feel me?
straight through
Chris
that, bro.
Harris running. The people even said he was running.
Right, man.
You know what I mean? All of them running, bro.
Chris Harris, he'll pick a fight and then run. They called me, him and Sarnetta called me. Who's it? I was Mighty Hebrew.
Yes, sir.
Hold up. All right, we're still on Mighty Hebrew. We're trying to end the show. Yeah, you can't get back in, man. We can't even play the song. Hold up.
You may have to call her. You got a phone number?
Yeah. Let me call her. Let me call her. Yeah.
Call her.
Talk to the audience for a minute, man. If you got something more to give, man. Oh, there she goes. She woke up. All right. Yeah, we ready to end the show, Karima. Mighty Hebrew, you didn't send the video, so we got to play it next time, Mighty Hebrew. Okay, do you got a song, Karima? It's like a 3-minute song. It's called what's it called, Mighty Hebrew? Snakes, Rats, Cats. Can you end the show with that?
Send it to me.
She said send it to her in her inbox. Yep. All right, fam. We're gonna end it with your song, man. Okay, you stay on, but all right, fam. Okay.
Sister Karima, don't go to sleep, Karima. Please don't go to sleep. Freddie gonna get you, Karima.
You know it's getting late. People talking crazy. He just woke up, but it's time for me to go to bed. He talking about some goddamn Freddie. All right. God, it's crazy.
It's in her inbox now.
Okay.
Karima know I'm on these playing.
Yes, we gotta have tough skin over here, man. We all talk shit.
They don't make good horror movies no more.
Nah, they don't.
All of them corny now, man. Like when you actually see Jason was coming forward. You could have been running like 1,000 speed, and he right there. Like, goddamn, I know I done ran faster than you. You just walking, nigga.
Right.
Every time I turn around, you right there with your machete.
Well, he know all the shortcuts.
Tell Sister Karima I sent it to her. It's in her inbox.
Yeah, she worked. All right, here we go. We're gonna play it right now, fam. All right. One. Yeah, Shalom. One. Shout out to General Yashar and Yasha. They both of them sleep, but hey, they stuck it out.
Did the apostle drop his address in here, Jay?
Yeah, send it to me too. I put my email back there too. Yeah, it's in the private chat.
Okay, forward it to my email if you can. Just hit the forward to me.
I don't know how to do all that on the computer.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a screenshot of it, and then I'm gonna send it to you.
Do that. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I can do that. Okay. I just learned how to copy and paste about a year ago, bro.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of
catching up with the times.
Yeah, they be switching it around on here too, man.
Yeah. He says number 3, I think, Sister Karima.
All right.
So it's you, and trying for my back. Beaching me. That's not nice. You're a hero. But still, you don't seem like one.
I Am That I Am Productions. Let's get it. You got
snakes, rats, cats claiming that they trapped, never even seen a point, only the ratchet. Iron bats in the stabbing, better wear that jacket. From the full metal barrel aiming at your cap. Built from a devil in a blue dress, wear a vest. From your head down to your chest, protect your neck, inspect the deck, square from the hex. Wise don't Dr. Jet, try to hide from the mister that's seen the bigger picture. Never play victim, do so, your life die fast or slow. From the poison or the blinker, flashing, travel down the prism spectrum for re-injection. Welcome to the world of Nexus, I mastered and built minds up like Tetris. The OG Israelite better than the letters that I put in my sentences be endless. Wicked Illuminati.
What you doing, mighty Hebrew? What you doing?
13 plus. You got snakes, rats, cats claiming that they trapped, never even seen a point. They lying. They ain't never see a point. You got snakes, rats, cats claiming that they trapped, never even seen a point. Exposing all lies. Commando, get hit like Rambo, move swift like Tonto, red dot on foreheads from the llama, we banned from the bottom, cracking in Philly streets, LA we swap meet, BPD, LAPD, bomb moving, stomp, rotten, meeting less than the king. We will overcome, we had enough, show enough to show gun of lost souls. TMH, expose the wicked Illuminati.
What you doing, mighty Hebrew? What you doing?
13 plus. You got snakes, rats, cats claiming that they trapped, never even seen a point. They lying. They ain't never see a point. You got snakes, rats, cats claiming that they trapped, never even seen a point. Exposing all lies. Park in the building. Free from the base, we balance the weight. Throughout time and space, going through gateways, purple hazing. We start spraying when the snakes raid in our haven. We fight to the death as brave men against ice age men. I say 10, the rage of Damien begin the end of existence. Yahweh bear witness, Israel having risen. Hebrew Israelite sovereign national. Let's get exposed. The wicked Illuminati.
What you doing, mighty Hebrew? What you doing?
13 plus. You got snakes, rats, cats claiming that they trapped, never even seen a point. They lying. They ain't never see a point. You got snakes, rats, cats claiming that they trapped, never even seen a point. Exposing all lies.
Peace.
Yahweh.